Hello, welcome to our workshop. We're joined by Administrator Hunter, and please proceed.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Councilors. Tonight we're going to be covering the general government group of divisions as well as code enforcement. The general government group starts on page 38, and it begins with the legislative and executive group. That had an overall increase of $96,596 or 22%. There was one new program and service request to provide funding to pursue some strategic initiatives or pilot programs related to litter and trash within the municipality. Looking at the city council had an increase of $7,332 or 34.3%. Of that amount, $9,100 is related to the increase in stipends that were part of the policy approval. So you'll see this with yours, the planning boards, and the finance committees all had those stipend increases. So, and then you had a decrease of about $1,800 in miscellaneous service since it's a non-council orientation year. On that same page, moving down to the mayor, you have an increase there of just shy of $2,500 or 26%. $2,500 relates to the stipend increase, and then we had a minor decrease in contractual services. The city administrator budget increased by $86,789 or 21%. That reflects the DEI director actually being included in the budget and moving to administration, as well as the change in the leadership team from prior administration. The safety coordinator has moved to the HR, so it kind of better aligns who's reporting to who. Contractual services had a decrease of $6,438. We had offsetting expenses, and that includes the municipal garage vehicle that the safety officer uses. That rental fee has moved to HR, so you will see the rental fee of $12,960 is no longer budgeted in the future years because that's moved to HR. But that was offset by increases in mileage and training, as we've witnessed in other divisions. Supplies decreased by $1,756, and again, that's related to the apparel for the safety coordinator as well as public safety supplies moving to the HR division, totaling $811. And we are anticipating about a $780 reduction in printing. Again, it's a non-council budget year with some of those additional printing costs as we get the newly elected officials up and running. And then we had a decrease in fixed charges of $558, and that's moving the safety coordinators' memberships to the HR department. The city attorney, which is on a page all by itself on page 41, excuse me. The actual city attorney fees have stayed the same. We have decreased the miscellaneous or the other service fees by $500. That line item is when we need additional consulting depending on the issue, and we haven't had the need to reach out for those funds yet. On the next page, page 42, we have the city clerk and the election. We have an overall increase here of $10,738 or 2.9%. Personal services for the city clerk, which had an overall increase of $13,523. Of that amount, $12,168 is related to personal services. So the bulk of their budget swing relates to that. They did have an $1,380 increase in contractual. And again, you will see the theme of travel, mileage, as we're reinstituting some of that training money. And then there was a small $250 increase in advertising. Those were all offset by a $1,500 reduction in miscellaneous services related to the non-inauguration needed for this year. The election side of the house had an overall decrease of $1,635, or 3.3%. So although in the current fiscal year, we have 2 elections, normally you would see a bigger decrease in the subsequent year, but with that being a gubernatorial race, we are planning on a high turnout, so you're not seeing the savings that you normally would between that 2 election year and then 1 election year. So they had a $4,165 increase in personal services. That's primarily based on temporary wages that they do for early polling and reflecting the greater turnout that's anticipated. Contractual services decreased by $6,900. $5,000 of that is in printing. We do not need a municipal ballot this year, so that saved that $5,000. Along with the advertising for the second election is also reduced by $500. We do still have some programming costs for the machines that play a role in the impact of the budget as well. And then we had a minor decrease in supplies of about $240 in printing. The finance budget, which begins on page 43, has an overall increase of $33,713, or 3.9%. So before I go through this, I will let you know when this budget was prepared, we did have a finance director, and we don't have one right now. So you will see, in actuality, there will be a swap between personal services between the audit division and the finance administration once that gets filled, and that will also run through the salary reserve. So I will share that with you up front. So finance administration on page 43 is the first division. It had an overall increase of $7,065, or 5%, of which $6,200 represents the increase in personal services, and that also includes the stipend increase for the finance committee. Contractual services increased by about $1,100. That's all in training. Supplies fell by $240 in printing supplies, and then the fixed costs were flat. Purchasing increased by $3,231, or 3.3%. Again, I feel like I am a broken record. The majority of it is in personal services. The increase of $2,871. We did have a $360 increase in contractual. The purchasing agent is now eligible for a cell phone stipend, so that is now budget in this operating budget. And then his supplies and fixed costs were flat. The accounting and auditing division, and here's where you see kind of that weirdness between the salaries. They have an overall decrease of $22,825, and that $24,000 of that is in the personal services. That's taking that senior employee and moving it, and actually it's going to end up moving back. Contractual services increased by $1,100, and that's all in the training category. Treasury and tax collector, which you will find on the middle of page 44, had an overall increase of $45,272, or 13.2%. $45,000 is related to personal services within that department. They've hired some new individuals that are coming in at higher steps. It also reflects the cost-sharing arrangement between one of the clerks in Treasury as well as in assessing. So before it was kind of all budgeted in, or a greater percentage was budgeted in assessing, but they were actually working more in Treasury. So it reflects that a more accurate allocation. They have a decrease of $300 in contractual services. So they have offsetting kind of fluctuations here, where there was a $4,700 decrease in lien recording fees based upon what we're seeing for numbers and accounts being paid off. That's offset by an increase in miscellaneous services by $500. We're doing more small claims and writs of execution for personal property and what we refer to as general billing invoices for those miscellaneous billing, trash, things like that, that aren't being paid. And then postage was the other increase of $3,500. We have increase in cost, as well as if we're going to do the certified mailing for the small claims and writs, those certified mailings all have an increase of costs associated with them. And we had a minor increase in office supplies for this budget as well, and fixed costs stayed flat. Central services, which is on the bottom of page 44, that represents, just like it says, the postage machine and the central printing and copying machine up on the second floor. We have an overall increase here of $970. We made up of a couple different things. First, the contractual service for the postage machine rose by $370. And again, that's based upon the service maintenance agreement for that machine. And then we had some repairs to equipment. More and more office are doing things electronically, so they're not able, or we're not printing as much. And the actual printing to the charges paid for the maintenance contract in central services. So if you're not charging more people, you're absorbing that cost directly. So that additional amount is related to the savings in charging out of the other departments. And we had a minor increase of $100 in office supplies for that. The next budget is the management information area, services area, and that's our IT department. They have an overall increase here of $26,932, or 4.5%. $11,344 is related to wages. The remaining amount of $15,588 is in contractual services. Of that amount, $12,240 is increase in maintenance and licensing. For our proprietary software, Munis has a number of applications, including the tax program that we're getting ready to take live. Increase in costs for firewall maintenance and licensing, and additional applications to cover that, as well as we took 2 assessing platforms live this year. So that has maintenance and licensing associated with both of those. And the last one is the citywide training software. We now have an online version of the training, so people can do it at their own pace, and it records who's enrolled and who's completed it and so forth. And then we did have an increase of about $3,300 in telephone. That's for the data lines for iPads and so forth that the MIS team uses. Assessing is on page 46. They have an overall increase here of $712, or 0.2%. Unlike the other departments, they had 2 very senior employees retire recently, so they've had new employees taking their place, so you'll see a reduction of $8,253 in personal services. That was offset by an increase in contractual service of pretty much the same amount, $8,645. They had $1,400 related to telephone allocations. They're using iPads in the fields now, so those data lines for immediate response and record updating is forcing an increase in the data line needs. And then they also, with the new employees, have training increases of about $7,400, given the new position, as well as all of them require continuing ed hours each year. And then we have one, the chief assessor, Bill Healy, who've met as part of the International Assessing Board, and he's actually sits on that board. We had an increase in fixed charges of $520, and that reflects memberships for the 2 new employees. And then supplies had a minor decrease by $200 in printing. Human resources is on page 47. You will see, as I noted, the reductions that we had in admin. You have the increase here related to that move by the safety coordinator. So we have an overall increase here of $19,196 or 9.6%. Personal services actually decreased because the DEI position was originally budgeted here, and we flipped those two based upon where they're working out of and who their supervisors are. Contractual service had an increase of $24,365. We're seeing increases in medical services by about $2,800. As we have positions turn over, and we've had quite a few, the need to do pre-employment screening has increased, so that is not coming without a price tag. Also, the vehicle rental for the safety coordinator's truck is now budgeted in here. That's $16,200. It's a fairly new truck. And then we've increased labor relations by about $2,500 due to legal consultation and grievances and so forth. And then training is the last piece of that increase of $1,575. Supplies rose by $900, and that's all in public safety supplies. And then we had a small increase of $5,500 in memberships related to the safety coordinator. The last division to talk about, or department to talk about, is planning and code enforcement on page 58.
Councilor Scott, you have a question? Councilor Harriman?
Before we switch over to that department, I just had a quick question about the city attorney.
Yep.
It says $90,000. Are we billed by the hour, and this is sort of an estimate of
Yes.
what we usually get? Okay.
Yes, there's, each one of them has a different level, you know, your paralegal all the way up to partnerships. They have not increased their hourly rates billing to us. I know it's at least been 5 years. It may have even been longer than that.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions from the council?
Okay. So again, we're on page 58, planning and code enforcement. They had one new program and service request for a planning technician. Given the number of planning initiatives that we are undertaking with parks and grants and infrastructure improvements and so on and so forth, to build the capacity up there is definitely needed, as well as they have a record-keeping software that was funded through the ARPA funds, that this position would take the lead on getting that software up and running, start looking at their record management system and scanning those documents in to be able to have greater customer service related to the ability to have online digital records versus going to the file cabinet and pulling those out. So overall, the increase of planning and code enforcement rose by $49,300, or 8.5%. Of that amount, $38,372 relates to personal services. I might remind you that CDBG funds 25% of the second administrative assistant up there, as well as the one of the code inspector's positions. So this year, we did do some rearranging and some capacity addressing. So some of the inspectors were increased to actual building inspectors, which is a bump in salary, but it gives us greater breadth to be able to go out and do a variety of inspections. Instead of just having one individual, we now have multiple individuals that are capable of performing that function. And then we also have the increase in the board stipends for here as well. Contractual services rose by about $9,800. We have a $500 increase in postage due to violation notices, and those are mailed via certified mail. We have mileage and travel that rose by $9,500. And again, that's the theme that you're seeing through all of the departments. And they have required continuing ed hours to maintain their licenses as well. We have a small decrease in supplies. with offsetting fluctuations. And then the fixed charges rose by about $1,200. Plumbing inspecting fees, that's a pass-through that goes directly to the state. We collect that permit and then we remit it to the state. So that is a budget neutral item. So that had an increase of $812. And then we had, based upon the qualifications of our new planner, we had an increase of about $400 in memberships related to that position.
Councilor Peace.
Bear with me on my voice. The training for the new code officers who are being brought into building inspector, are they being retrained, or were they hired with that ability? Or?
There's a combination. One of the things that during COVID, when everything was semi-shuttered, we allowed them to pursue some continuing ed during that time period, and that allowed them to have a greater skill set. So this just increases that capacity in order to perform greater inspections and the number of inspections. So before, they were really limited to downtown area violation, doing a lot of the trash survey work. By having 3 individuals in that new capacity, we are better able to respond to new construction, to changes and improvements in buildings and so forth. They're not waiting for one person to come out and inspect it. We now have 3 capable of performing those functions.
Well, I think it's great, but is the state going to, I don't know if I want to use the word test them, or are we going to do a competency test on these inspectors?
No, I'm not sure I understand the.
Well, they moved from.
Oh, there's no test catching. They've achieved the qualifications to do this.
Oh, okay.
They are licensed to do this now.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the council? Anything further?
No, Mr. Mayor and the City Council, just to remind you, on Thursday, we have the nonprofit request, and then we cover the miscellaneous categories, and then we start talking about what direction you want to head as far as the overall budget. The nonprofit request this year, given the number of cash donations we have, in the past, we have let the individuals that are requesting cash do a brief presentation or on their, so they will be doing a brief presentation. We told each of them that they're limited to 3 minutes. And then anybody that's there, and that's only for the cash donations. The in-kind donations would go as normal. So there's 2 separate components. So you will have those presentations on Thursday as well. And I believe Kathy passed out the material.
Yes, we had it in your box tonight, so I think it looks like everyone picked it up, so you probably have it right up there with you tonight, the background information for Thursday night's agenda. If you don't have it, let us know. We'll get you another copy.
Excellent. Any further questions or comments from the council? Anything else, Administrator?
No.
Okay, thank you. Our workshop is closed, and we'll see you back here at 7. This meeting will come to order. Thank you. And we'll be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Amy Smith.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I would just want to update everyone on something that happened this past Thursday. This past Thursday, I held a press conference to announce that the city has sent demand letters to the Auburn Water District and the Lake Auburn Watershed Protection Commission. We're concerned that the recent and proposed changes to zoning and other ordinances put the lake's water quality at risk. I'm worried about being forced to build a filtration plant that will cost tens of millions of dollars and cost millions to operate. Protecting the lake is important. This is the water that our kids drink. Our residents and businesses are not served by bad water and higher utility costs. You can learn more about this issue by visiting the mayor's webpage on the city's website and clicking on Lake Auburn. Another good piece of reading would be this perspective piece in Sunday's paper by Holly Ewing. Thank you. We'll have more information about how ratepayers and residents can get involved. We will now have a series of presentations. I'm walking over to Madam Clerk.
So the first presentation will be of the 2022 Spirit of America Award to Recovery Connections of Maine.
Yeah, okay. So each year, the Spirit of America Foundation, a nonprofit based in Augusta, asks Maine municipalities to select individuals, projects, and organizations for recognition of commendable community service during April, which is National Volunteer Month. The foundation also holds a countywide recognition event later in the year. The Lewiston City Council has long participated in this recognition opportunity, and for 2022, the Lewiston City Council chose Recovery Connections of Maine for its multi-phase recovery program for substance use disorder. With us today is Jeremy Hiltz. Thank you for joining us. Founder, CEO, counselor for Recovery Connections of Maine, who along with his staff and community partners, journeys alongside those in need, strives to build awareness about substance use disorder, and seeks to instill hope in others. So we have the certificate, which I will just quickly read. The 2022 Spirit of America Award recipient, Recovery Connections of Maine, recognized for its dedicated commitment to substance use disorder recovery, providing counseling and intensive outpatient program, education, encouragement, and collaborative resources for individuals seeking a healthier lifestyle and self-sustainability, as well as support to their families. Signed by me. We will now recognize the robotics team. So the Lewiston Regional Technical Center robotics team, LRTC 8023. Do I have that right? Okay. They won the Pine Tree District first robotics competition held in March at Thomas College in Waterville, and we'll be recognizing them with a statement here. So recognizing the LRTC 8023 First Robotics Team, whereas LRTC 8023 is a First Robotics Team, an acronym meaning for Inspiration and Recognition of Science and Technology, whereas First Robotics Competition teams design, program, and build a robot, starting with a standard kit of parts and a common set of rules to play in a theme-based head-to-head challenge, and whereas teams also build a brand, develop community partnerships for support, and work to promote STEM in their local community. And whereas their work to promote STEM is greatly appreciated. as science, technology, engineering, and math are very beneficial to students, education, and whereas the competition has a 6 weeks build season and a 6-week competition season, and the group's first competition was Pine Tree at Thomas College, competing in 12 qualifications and then heading into the finals, and whereas their defensive robot was chosen as part of a 3-team alliance, advancing through the quarterfinals, semifinals, and ultimately placing first in the event, and whereas LRTC 8023 won the coveted blue banner in only the second competition the team has ever competed in, and whereas congratulations are extended to the LRTC 8023 team members. They are Omar Osman, Ahmed Hussein, Chance Tuttle, Matthew Ashton, Logan Warren. Now, therefore, I, Carl L. Shaleen, Mayor of City of Lewiston, do hereby proclaim April 5th, 2022 as Robotics Team Day in recognition of the team's hard work and dedication leading them to victory. I would like to recognize the educators that we have here. We have Kathy County, Alan Graves, Kelsey Poliquin, and Alicia Gelbert. And then when I call your name, as the students could come up, and we'll get a photo for each person here. Administrator Hunter, do you here or over there?
Over there would be better.
Okay. The mayor can. I can follow orders. Ahmed. Chance.
Too many throw stuff at you.
Logan. And then if we can have the educators come up, and if the council can stand, we'll all quickly get a picture.
Pretend that we like each other.
Yeah, make sure you have your banner up there.
Yeah.
Did you hear me?
And we're off to another competition, I guess, in next week, I think, because the Lewiston School Committee approved a field trip request last night. The team is off for another competition, so let's all wish them great luck.
District championships.
That's for the district championships.
For the final presentation this evening, we wanted to recognize the Week of the Young Child, commending contributions of early childhood educators. Whereas the Week of the Young Child is an annual celebration sponsored by the National Association for the Education of Young Children, the world's largest early childhood education association, and whereas the purpose of the Week of the Young Child is to focus public attention on the needs of young children and their families and to recognize the early childhood programs and services that meet those needs, and whereas the Week of the Young Child was established in 1971, recognizing that the early childhood years, birth through age 8, lay the foundation for children's success in school and later in life, whereas children's cognitive, physical, social, and emotional, and language and literacy development are built on a foundation of children's positive interactions with adults, peers, and their environment, and whereas high-quality early care and education can help overturn the effects of poverty, detect and remediate delays, and identify and help prevent child neglect and lead to positive outcomes for individual children. And whereas participation in high-quality early childhood education saves taxpayers' dollars, makes working families more economically secure, and prepares children to succeed in school, earn higher wages, and live healthier lives. And whereas it is important that families have access to mixed delivery early childhood education system that allows them to choose between quality and quality when selecting the setting that best meets their needs, and whereas child care educators therefore deserve a family-sustaining wage that is commensurate with the required education and skills they bring to the complex and valuable work they do, and whereas the child care sector has sacrificed and struggled to serve children and families since the start of the COVID pandemic, and many child care providers have, at great personal and professional cost, managed to keep their doors open to support local families, and for that, we are very grateful. Can I have any child care educators come forward, please? I had a lovely conversation with Chantel earlier in the week, who brought this to our attention, and I appreciate you doing so, and all of the work that you and the rest of the child care providers in Lewiston have done for our community. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, I just want to recognize that we have another one of our robotics students that just came in late, and I'm sorry to point him out, but I just want to recognize that that was another great, I'm sorry, his name again?
Matthew Ashton.
Matthew Ashton.
Hold on, Matthew, hold on. I'm just making sure I have the right proclamation. Matthew, can you please join me?
Yeah, you gotta stay here for a minute.
Matthew, it's a pleasure meeting you. Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Scott. Madam Clerk, we are ready to begin.
Thank you. All roll call votes for this meeting will begin with the Councilor of Ward 1.
We will, the minutes, we will approve them.
Yes, we'll bring those to you at the next meeting on April 19th.
Perfect.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. We will now have public comment for items that are not on the agenda. Before we open the floor for public comment, I would... So we are having public comment for items that are not on the agenda. They are limited to 3 minutes, and if you can please state your name and if you're your name and whether you're a Lewiston resident or taxpayer, And please proceed to the front for items that are not on the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, honorable councilors, my name is Jason Lavoy. I live at 242 Park Street in Lewiston. One of the organizations that I attend on a regular basis is Looking Ahead Clubhouse. And I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but there's a stretch of road from Strawberry Avenue all the way down to Marketplace Mall that has no crosswalk. We have many disabled people that attend Looking Ahead Clubhouse. It's actually in Ward 1. And we have been asking in the past city administration for the possibility of a crosswalk in front of our building. With the number of disabled people we have, it's a safety issue. Where there's a bus stop right in front, it's hard to get people off the bus and across the street safely. And the closest crosswalk is all the way up on Strawberry Avenue or down to Marketplace Mall. It's a very dangerous stretch of road. Cars go fast, and I believe one voice can make a difference. We have many members who are residents of Lewiston, and I believe it would be the right thing to do to investigate possibly putting a crosswalk in front of Looking Ahead Clubhouse. We've done a lot for our community, including job placement for the disabled, and I think it would be a really positive thing to set us in the right direction, especially for pedestrian safety in that area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shad Masood, resident of Lewiston. Thank you. I wanted to address the council for coming out tonight and participating in local government, as these fine groups of people here have also done. Thank you to Mayor Shalene and Heather Hunter for speaking out for water, our water safety. And challenging the city of Auburn to rethink their stance on development near Lake Auburn. I think that certainly affects Lewiston City Government and the people here. Also want to wish you a happy Ramadan. Ramadan started April 2nd, so you may not see some of your Lewiston constituents here for the 7 o'clock meeting. They're breaking fast. I'm a bad Muslim today. I did not fast, but I'm here today and wishing them well and wishing you guys well as well. Also, I just wanted to voice some concern about some events that happened at the last meeting on the planning board appointment, and I hope that more people can speak out and kind of explain the reasoning behind I guess the refusal to recognize the mayor's appointment for the planning board, and then bringing up Michael Marcotte for the planning board position at the last meeting. I felt like that was not above board, not very transparent, and I appreciate councilors who did speak up in that moment. Thank you for speaking up for the rest of us. And yeah, I hope the rest of these next 2 years are full of transparency and consideration to the people that show up here for public comment, and hopefully we can build Lewiston into a better and more cohesive community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Chantel Pettengill. I live at 200 Montello Street. I also own Pettengill Academy. I just wanted to thank the mayor and council members for presenting a proclamation for a week of the young child. I was super excited when I received positive feedback from some of the councilors and mayor last week when I emailed about it. As much as we don't want to talk about COVID showed a light on an industry that typically gets forgotten and left from the table. Society truly learned how important and essential childcare was to our economy. When public schools closed and the rest of the world ran from the front lines, the diversity of childcare providers ran to the front lines to ensure children of our community and country had a safe place to go, as majority of parents were deemed essential and still had to go to work, with no option but to send their children to childcare. Childcare stepped in to support school-age students who were no longer able to attend school. Many created micro-schools to support virtual learning and to supplement learning. At one time, my center was planning a curriculum for 15 different students in grades K through 5 to ensure they did not fall behind in their education. We did this while filtering through information that seemed to change every hour about COVID, increased our cleaning and sanitizing protocols that were already 100 times greater than before, and tried to attract employees so we could continue to offer these safe places for children. We worked harder than ever before. We increased our work weeks from 50, 60-hour weeks to easily 70 hours or more, with reduced income coming in and without the assurance of any income. Majority of family childcare and childcare owners were not able to collect the extra unemployment during the period like most of society. We also were not able to receive the last round of stimulus from the state because we were considered self-employed. However, we do this work with our chins up and smiles on our faces because our children and families need us and the economy needs us. The past 2 years, the diversity of childcare from family childcare homes, privately owned centers, our Y programs and Head Starts have worked the hardest we've ever worked and had to get creative with the jobs we do to be able to continue to serve our community. We aren't an industry that yells from the rooftops often or grandstands the work we do. However, the people who care for our children are the most instrumental piece for keeping this country going when others ran the other way. I want to say thank you to our mayor and this council for allowing my ECE colleagues from all ECE sectors the recognition and respect that is deserved. Thank you.
Thank you, Chantel. If you can please hold your applause, thank you. Any further public comment? Madam Clerk.
Sure. Item number 1, budget public hearing for the fiscal year 2023 budget. Requested action to conduct the first budget public hearing to receive citizen input and communication regarding the proposed fiscal year 2023 municipal budget. And this does not require a motion, Mr. Mayor. You can simply just open the floor for the public hearing.
Public hearing for the budget. And now public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, to
Oh,
remind
absolutely.
people on the, if there are any comments, public comment at lewistonmaine.gov, and the final public hearing is on May 3rd.
Thank you. Anything further? Madam Clerk, item number 2.
Sure. Item number 2, public hearing and final passage regarding amendments to the administration ordinance regarding amendments to the Housing Committee. Requested action that the proposed amendments to the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Division 7, Housing Committee receive final passage by a roll call vote.
So moved.
Councilor Harriman, seconded by Councilor Pease. Discussion with the council? Public comment? Back to the council? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
And Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0. Excuse me.
Item number 3.
Item number 3, public hearing and final passage for amendments to the Vehicles for Hire ordinance pertaining to licensing of taxi cab drivers. Requested action that the proposed amendments to the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 82, Vehicles for Hire, Article 2, taxi cabs, receive first passage by a roll call vote.
May I have a motion?
Move for passage.
Councilor Clement, followed by Councilor LaChapelle. Discussion. Public comment on this agenda item?
Jason Lavoy, 242 Park Street here in Lewiston. I just have a question. This is about, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure you can clarify, this is about licensing of taxi cab drivers, not policy when it comes to taxi cabs themselves. Is that correct?
Administrator Hunter? That is correct.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Further public comment? Back to the council? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
And Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Item number 4.
Item number 4, public hearing and first passage regarding an amendment to the Fire Prevention and Protection Ordinance. Requested action that the proposed amendments to the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 38, Fire Prevention and Protection, Section 38-26, Codes Adopted, receive first passage by a roll call vote, and that the public hearing on said ordinance be continued to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting for final passage.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Counselor Pease,
Second.
followed by Counselor McCarthy. Discussion. Counselor Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just wondering if we can get a little overview on this, and if this is just some updates in relation to new state updates and that sort of thing. If we could just have a little overview on that, please.
Yeah, so that's exactly right. This is to bring us into compliance with what the state does. They're on a more current edition of codes than we were, and our language had a lot of rules and exemptions. So we changed the language to essentially, when they change their codes or adopt new codes, we can come back and just change the dates on these because it will follow the same. These exemptions are duplicated in their rules already. So we struck out several pages of this redundant language.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Further questions from the council or discussion? Anything further to add, Chief?
No, unless you have any questions. It's something we need to do every few years when they adopt new codes to just stay current, so don't have different versions of codes.
Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes?
Ward 6,
Yes.
Ward 7.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 5.
Item number 5, public hearing on order authorizing the reallocation of $500,000 of CDBG revolving loan fund program income as regular CDBG program income and approving use of those funds along with $451,601 of prior year CDBG contingency funds and $38,900 of unallocated fiscal year 2022 CDBG public facilities funding for disbursement to the following CDBG eligible projects. Requested action to approve the order authorizing the allocation of $500,000 of CDBG revolving loan fund program income as regular CDBG program income and approving use of these funds along with $451,601 of prior year CDBG contingency funds and $38,900 of unallocated fiscal year 22 CDBG public facilities funding for disbursement to the following CDBG eligible projects.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Councilor Jelinas?
Second.
Councilor Scott? Councilor Harriman? Discussion? Or anything you want to say, Director Jeffers?
Well, I was going to say, I think Kathy covered just about everything I wanted to say. I do not recall if she actually identified the projects. We have got River and Oxford Streets, which are not in very good shape right now. They're going to repave the sidewalks, repave the streets, redo the curbs, redo the sidewalks, improve Popton Park and add parking adjacent to Popton Park. Safe Voices is in the midst of developing a resource center, so we're providing $100,000 of grant money to help them in that effort. Promise, which is formerly Head Start, is what they used to be known as, is in the midst of renovating 1 College Street, which used to be where Lewiston Housing Authority was. They're going to add 45 seats for early childhood, and they need playground equipment and a shade structure, so there's $100,000 going to that. And then we expect about $80,000 from McGraw Field, the new soccer field that was built right at the base of Bartlett Hill. We expect that to be about $80,000, and Democracy Brewing is in the midst of just about to start renovations to the former church, turn that into a cooperative brewery and brew pub, and we will help them with their financing on that project. So that's the use of the dollars.
Questions or discussions from the council? Councilor Jelinas?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Director Jeffers and his team for this reallocation work, the identification of these CDBG eligible projects. I think it's pretty exciting for our community. Being part of this committee has just been a pleasure for me, and just hats off to you for this.
Thank you.
Councilor Harriman.
I was just excited to see that they were putting a fence around the soccer field. I heard through the grapevine from a Lewiston Middle School student who is quite good at soccer that he was concerned about the lack of a fence there. So I'm glad to see that's being put up.
Absolutely. Public Works would have liked to have done it last year. They couldn't get anybody to bid on it. So otherwise it would be there, but they're fully expecting it'll be up. For that child's benefit, 12-foot fence by the road, 4-foot the rest of the way around.
Thanks.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Jeffers, I wonder if you just might explain the Democracy Brewing, the forgivable commercial loan. I know that I've had some question as to why we would be using CDBG funds for a church and a new business or something to that effect. So I was just wondering if you could just explain. You gave us a great definition, but I would like it just said in a public why this can be used for that.
Well, yeah, it's a couple of things. That the church itself is a historic structure, and that's an eligible use of CDBG dollars, is to renovate and improve, do historic improvements. There's also job creations. That amount of money will require 3 jobs. It'll probably be closer to 20 or more jobs that are eligible for low to moderate income people. And having worked in that industry myself for many, many years, it's great work. You can make good money. You don't need anything more than a high school education to do it. And so those are the 2 elements that made it. And this is really a matter of helping them make the numbers work. These type projects are always very challenging, which is why it's grant money going into it. The numbers are very difficult to make work. Margins in the restaurant industry are pretty small. So in a nutshell, that's what's doing it.
Thank you.
Sure.
Public comment for this agenda item?
Jason Lavoy again, 242 Park Street. I just want to give praises. The money going towards re-renovating 1 College Street into a daycare facility, a early childhood facility, is amazing. I have walked by Lewiston Housing, and to see progress in a building that has been really old for a really long time and new progress in the Tree Street area is amazing. That is great to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further public comment? Anything else you'd like to add, Director Jeffers?
To pick up on the city administrator's note, this is a public hearing, and we will be taking public comment right up until the end of April with final, well, not this, these actions will be taken, but if we get public comment, we'll bring them back to you on May 3rd.
Back to the council. Next agenda item.
Actually, if we could vote on this one.
Oh, Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6? I'm sorry, Ward 1.
Yes.
Sorry. Thank you. Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
And Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Next agenda item.
Item number 6, amendments to the city policy manual regarding the street and sidewalk occupancy policy. Requested action to approve the proposed amendments to the street and sidewalk policy, to approve the proposed amendments to the street and sidewalk occupancy policy, policy manual number 56, as recommended by the Director of Public Works and the City Administrator.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Clement, followed by Councilor Jelinas. Discussion? Or Director Brenchick, is there anything you'd like to say first?
I'd just like to say this is just an update to this policy that's kind of a sister to the excavation policy that we did last week. It does not include anything to do with sidewalk, dining, or signs. That's going to come to you later. This is really about excavation, dumpsters being in a parking lot or an alley. It's pretty straightforward. And to be consistent with the renovations and the policy adjustments we made with the excavation policy.
Councilor LaChapelle.
Thank you. Director, this has to do with anybody that's working on their own building also, a lift or anything to that effect, with proper signage. And
Correct, and traffic safety is kind of what we're looking at with the street occupancy.
And adding fines or more bite to the ordinance.
Correct.
One of my I don't know if it's concerns, but speaking to some of my constituents that have worked on some of these projects in the past, is not as much that they had to do the signs, they were just more frustrated when they did the signs and they drove down the street later on, they saw the city working on stuff and the city not have the same requirements or not doing the same signage as they were required. I personally have seen it working on my buildings and watching some public works trucks. It's frustrating to the general public when we demand they do it and we don't do it. So that's one of my, this might not be the proper forum, but I'm just expressing what I've heard from my constituents in regards to this. I have no problem putting some teeth on it, but at the same token, we got to look in-house at times and how we're following the policy.
Absolutely, we do have a policy, and that is the protocol.
I know, but if I'm going to get tagged for $100 for not parking, not having the sign 200 feet down, there's a problem when the city doesn't have the sign 200 feet down. Thank you.
Further discussion from the council? Public comment? Anything further to add, Director Brunchick? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 7.
Item number 7, order setting the public hearing date for a moratorium ordinance on homeless shelters to be April 19th, 2022, and directing the city clerk to place public notice accordingly. Requested action to approve the order setting the public hearing date for a moratorium ordinance on homeless shelters to be April 19th, 2022, and directing the city clerk to place public notice accordingly.
May I have a motion? Councilor LaChapelle?
Second.
Councilor McCarthy? Discussion from the council. Councilor McCarthy?
Okay, I got a little thing I want to read. I want to reflect on how the discussion started for this council. It started with a presentation by a group of homeless advocates who had previously run the low barrier shelters at the Armory and Ramada Inn. During their presentation, some of the councilors realized early on that the project that was presented didn't seem financially feasible and led us to ask the hard questions and were vilified for doing so. My concerns rose as I heard the negative impact on the neighborhood and the numerous police calls directly related to the low barrier shelter. Next, we had the council meeting on the proposed moratorium, and we listened for several hours about homelessness and the trials and tribulations for those who find themselves in that situation. Realizing the concept had merit, but having no guidelines in place, the majority of the council voted to draft a moratorium on homeless shelters. The intent of the moratorium is to allow the council time to research low barrier shelters, their impact on other cities that have them, and what the guidelines are necessary for successful, where am I now? Sorry about that. Successful implementation. So here we are. I want everyone to know that I'm listening. Some of the councilors have reached out to homeless advocates and have valid concerns about the far-reaching impact of the moratorium. It casts too wide a net. Whereas our concerns are centered around the risks and the impacts associated with the low barrier shelters, I'm proposing that the change of language of the moratorium to limit it to prevent low barrier shelters only. I feel confident that the other proponents of the moratorium will embrace this change. The 180 days will allow the council to hear back from the mayor's ad hoc committee. I am hopeful that this committee will give us an unvarnished look at the true impacts and potential risks of low barrier shelters to allow all of us to make informed decisions as it relates directly to the citizens we represent. Thank you.
Councilor Harriman, did you have something?
I just want to clarify, is that a motion?
That,
Yes.
yes.
Could you?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that the moratorium language is clarified to direct the moratorium to be for just low-barrier shelters for up to the 180 days as discussed.
We have a motion on the table. Administrator Hunter, a quick question here. So how is this possible going forward? Are we going to need to rewrite the moratorium as it exists in the packet, or what are your thoughts at this point?
At this point, this is brought before you to opine on the language or vote on the language that is in there. You're free to make changes, and then once the final changes are, the last motion will be to incorporate the order and move the moratorium forward. That's the moratorium, and pursue it to a public comment, public hearing at the next meeting. So this meeting is designed to take the order and then set the public hearing for the next council meeting.
Correct, but this current motion, does this affect the timetable? If this motion were to pass, does this affect the timetable that is in place?
No.
Okay, thank you. Discussion, we have a motion that has been motioned and then seconded. Madam Clerk, can you please read the motion for clarification?
Sure. The motion is to change the language in the proposed moratorium language and to have it be just for low-barrier shelters.
Council discussion on this motion?
Mayor,
Councilor Scott.
may I ask why? Why just low barrier shelters?
Because of the concerns that I have over what has happened in the past and what has happened in other cities. It will give us time to get the report back from the ad hoc committee and to make a decision on whether we need guidelines going forward with this type of shelter. And it's up to 180 days. It could be sooner, depending on when we hear back from the mayor and how we go forward with this, but that's why I'm proposing the change.
So, if I may.
Please continue, Councilor Scott.
So you're want to align this now with the mayor's ad hoc committee? And so what if the mayor's ad hoc committee takes more than 180 days? Does that mean we extend this, or we ask for an extension on it?
No, it doesn't. If we can request an update from the mayor's committee and find out where they're at, and if we need to, move forward on our own to do the necessary information gathering and make the decision. It doesn't have to, but my understanding is from the mayor is he's expecting to have a report back by the beginning of July, which is halfway through the 180 days.
I guess then I'll just have to say that, as I said at the last meeting, I don't think we need a moratorium to get this work done. So I'm going to have to say no to this.
Further discussion from the council? Councilor Pease.
Well, when this was first brought up, my big thing was to stop the low barrier shelter because of the lack of information. After meeting with some of my constituents and other groups and did a little research on myself, I found that it would also impact the existing shelters. So I didn't like that. So I actually called Bob and said, we got to do something with the language. We can't have it affect all existing shelters. And that's why he brought that up, and I second it.
Councilor Harriman.
My only concern is around language and how we define low barrier versus existing shelter. I don't believe any of our existing shelters are low barrier, so hopefully that would cover it. But yeah, my only concern is about how things are defined and how the wording would change.
Councilor McCarthy.
I believe in the moratorium, it's new. It's prefaced by saying new shelters, if I'm not mistaken. Right here. Oh, new or expand existing. I would have no problem eliminating the "and existing" and limit it just to the low barrier.
I have a question for Director Hediger. Director Hediger, so it's my understanding that shelters are currently allowed in what city zone?
2 zoning districts, downtown residential and neighborhood conservation B.
And it's also my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that these are what's known as conditional uses?
Correct. Right.
And what does that mean, Director Hediger?
So if there's going to be a shelter, it would be a change of use. It would require a conditional use permit from the planning board. Planning board and Board of Appeals regulate conditional uses. Conditional uses are presumptively permitted uses, but it provides whatever reviewing authority the ability to put additional conditions on there. And there are some specific criteria that are identified in the zoning ordinance that would need to be addressed.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, it is not possible to start, organize, run a shelter, or to establish. It's not possible to establish a new shelter without going before the planning board. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Councilor Pease.
My objective was not to make it possible that if we had another fire like we had on Blake Street, where 70 people are homeless, that we could set up a temporary shelter. Right now, if we passed it the way it was written, it would not happen. It would be against our ordinance.
We also don't need to pass it at all. Any further? Please hold your applause. Thank you. Any further public or any further council discussion? Councilor Scott?
I just want to reiterate that I believe that we already have language in place in our ordinances. We have an understanding already from Director Hediger that any new shelter, low barrier, no barrier, regular shelter, religious shelter, whatever it is, has to get approval from the planning board, and then it would come to the city council as all other approvals from the planning board have to happen. And I don't believe that we need to hold off 6 months, 180 days. The reality is that we have a situation happening in our community right now that needs to be addressed right now. If we wait till September, and then what if we have more questions, other things come up, we're back into another winter where we have homeless people living in the woods again. I frequently walk because it's in my ward, the River Walk, and I can't tell you how many people I have seen up into those woods, living there with an encampment, with a fire pit, with children. I personally do not want to wait 180 days. I apologize to my fellow councilors that feel very strongly about this, but I feel very strongly that we're smart enough, we have enough things in place, we can do this without having to put a moratorium or a freeze or a stop or whatever you want to call it on this particular issue.
Please, thank you. Further discussion from the council before we go to public comment? Councilor Harriman?
Just wanted to clarify, we're still on the amendment motion?
Correct.
Yes, I believe so. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, yes.
That's it.
Okay, we will head to public comment. Madam Clerk, can you please read the motion again?
Sure. The motion is to change the language in the proposed moratorium ordinance to have it be rewritten to apply to just low barrier shelters.
And I'm going to read once. I'm sorry, Councilor Pease?
That's new, right? Not any new shelter and low barrier.
Right. The motion was, and Councilor McCarthy can correct me, but it was regarding low barrier shelters to change the moratorium language.
New low barrier
New
shelters.
low barrier. Thank you. My apologies. Thank you.
Okay. My apologies, Madam Clerk. May you please read it one more time for clarification?
Sure, that's fine, no problem. Is to change the language in the proposed moratorium ordinance to have it be rewritten to apply for just new low-barrier shelters.
And before we go to public comment, I will just remind everyone of council public comment rules. Each speaker is permitted to speak once for 3 minutes, as is asked to state their name, and if they are a Lewiston resident or taxpayer. Your time starts when you come up to the podium. If you are not a Lewiston resident or taxpayer, I invite you to speak at the end. We ask that all speakers be respectful at all times, exercise decorum, and refrain from disparaging remarks. We appreciate that some speakers may be very passionate on an issue, and we encourage speakers to strive to be accurate in their statements and to avoid making personal, rude, or provocative remarks. And please do not raise your voice when you're speaking. The mic works. All remarks should be directed to the presiding officer. Persons present at this council meeting shall not interrupt, nor applaud, nor otherwise express approval or disapproval of any statements made at the meeting.
Mr. Mayor. Procedure.
Councilor Clement.
Could we ask the clerk whether or not it's in order to vote on the amended order before this goes to public comment?
It's really a decision of the city council, what you would like to do. The public inputs portion is defined in our rules. This isn't a public hearing. This is just public comment. So the council is welcome to make whatever motions and votes they would like basically at any time. But the rules do state that we will go for public comment on every agenda item.
Okay, I would think, Mr. Mayor, that it would be in order to put the final language in place before we have discussion and finally a vote on it. So it might reduce confusion. I'm not sure how the members of the council feel. That would be my feeling on it.
I agree.
I disagree, but I guess I guess further at this point we'll hold off on a public comment for a split second. Any further discussion from other councilors? Councilor Scott?
I mean, if we can vote on it, I'll be very frank, I'm going to vote no on it because I see no reason to change the language, just like I see no reason to have a moratorium. So my decision is going to be no, and that would be my vote. So if whether we vote right now or go to public comment, I'm good with either way.
Mr. Mayor, I think the intent only in this case would be to set forth the language that will be discussed and finally voted upon. We discuss this now as presented to the council tonight without the amendment, and then we go back and amend it, and I just think it opens up a lot of territory that's unnecessary. Why not finalize it and go through it once and take it from there? I think that is a procedure under Robert's rules that we should be following. There's an amendment on the floor.
Councilor Jelinas?
Thank you, but, just to play devil's advocate, I guess I would say, our constituents are here and their voices need to be heard. That's part of our duty as public servants, is to listen to what they have to say. So if we went ahead and voted on this, it's a done deal, hypothetically. I mean, it could be.
No, we're voting on the amendment.
The amendment, but then we wouldn't go to the next item, because if it's amended,
Then we'll have discussion.
but I think these folks are here to speak on the agenda item that's trying to be amended, right? So I just want to be respectful of these folks who have shown up, to speak. That would be my concern without opening up. I hear you, Madam Clerk, saying that it is appropriate to offer up public comment at this point. So I just want to make sure I'm not breaking Robert's rules.
Sure, and our council rules state an agenda item.
Right.
It doesn't necessarily say every motion, but it does say on an agenda item is how our working rules are written.
Councilor LaChapelle?
To address Councilor Jelinas' concerns, I think we're all in favor of hearing from the public. Nobody's trying to stop public conversation. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is just to vote on the amendment to that motion, then go to the public, hear all public comments, then it comes back to the council, and the council will vote on the ended amendment. So they're just changing the wording. I think Councilor Clement is just saying, bring the proper wording to the people first, then let them address. Nobody's trying to take away from the people's comments. We encourage conversation. So that's just my understanding. Is that correct, my understanding of this?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay.
Councilor Harriman?
I think that we do need to go to public comment for this amendment because this was not on the agenda, and the public may want to weigh in on this particular amendment first before we vote on it. And then after we vote on the amendment, we will vote on the main motion. But I think we do need to hear from the public about this amendment, especially since it was just proposed and they didn't know about it ahead of time.
Councilor LaChapelle?
We don't have to go to the public for an amendment. I think we have to go to the public for the ruling. I agree 100%. But every amendment, so if we go to the public for amendment, are you going to, Mr. Mayor, the question would be directed to you, are you going to restrict conversation just to the amendment and then let everybody have another conversation on the whole process? Because if you want to go to the public to open it up, they should only be able to speak in regards to the amendment, nothing else at that point. So that's why we're trying to bring the full wording to the people, let it live or let it die, but at least we're just going to play that circle game.
So to both my counselor's point on my right and on my left, yes, I really do believe that we need to hear public comment on this amendment, especially since we just found out about it minutes ago. And but to Councilor LaChapelle's point, it probably it doesn't make a lot of sense to say everything twice. So at this point, unless there is a formal motion and then a second from the floor, followed by a vote, I intend to go to public comment for this amendment, and we will restrict comments to the amendment at hand. Madam Clerk, can you please read the amendment again, please?
Sure. The motion is to change the language in the proposed moratorium ordinance to reword it to have it just apply to new low-barrier shelters.
Public comment will now begin for this amendment, and if you can restrict your comments to specifically this amendment, thank you.
All right, thank you. The motion to amend that was not on the agenda.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry, Matt Roy, Ward 3.
Thank you.
Wisman Street. The motion at hand has nothing to do with the printed agenda item to set the public meeting for the next city council meeting on April 19th. This amendment should be voted down. City staff can redo the verbiage and present it before the next further public hearing. Thank you.
Megan Parks, 12 Grovemont Lane, Ward 7. In regards to the amendment for the language, it sounds really echoey, for the language of low barrier, if Councilor Pease pointed out that his concern is that if we had another fire, it would block that, I would like to point out that the temporary shelters that were set up in response to the fire were in fact, they weren't just low barrier shelters, they were no barrier shelters. So regardless if that's what you're trying to prevent, your language and your adjustment will not make an exception for that because there's zero barriers to getting into that kind of a shelter. Also, your amendment opens it up so that a program that's labeled as a low barrier program would be excluded, but a program that takes it even further and potentially has more risks of what you're concerned of would be a no barrier shelter, and that would not be blocked by your proposed amended language. So I don't think that the lane you're going down is going to meet the needs of what you're trying to accomplish. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Gagne. I live at 155 Lisbon, Hartley Block. I did not plan to come in here tonight. I'm a little nervous, so excuse me. I think mainly what I want to say is, first of all, I was homeless. And I'm a social work student. I have my bachelor's degree in social work, and I'm working on my master's right now. It took me many years to get it due to difficult life circumstances, including homelessness. We have a saying in social work in the grassroots communities who are fighting for rights, which is...
Excuse me, if you could keep your comments to the amendment at hand, that would be great.
Certainly. Nothing about us without us. Homeless people need help now. They can't wait. As Councilor Scott mentioned, people are suffering on the street now. And I can't imagine having to go down to the street and speak to these people and saying, sorry, just not right yet. You're going to have to suffer a little more. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Allie Smith. I live at 156 Horton Street in Ward 5. I want to thank Councilor Pease for expressing your care and concern about the need for emergency services. I know we all remember the fire last September, and I think it's a very good example of how having restrictions like this inhibits our ability to respond to emergencies. I want to echo Megan's point that that would be considered a low barrier shelter, a new low barrier shelter. If you're going to restrict low barrier shelters, there also needs to be a working definition in the moratorium of what that is, because to my knowledge, there isn't an established standard for that. And once an ordinance is passed, all you have is the language inside of it to go on, not what your intentions were at the beginning. So if there's going to be this significant of a level of a redraft, I think it should go back to city staff to reconsider it, and it will not meet the needs of this community if another building burns down and people need a place to go. Thank you.
Further public comment on this amendment?
Hi, Tanya Whitlow, Ward 4. I know that you guys had concerns that you wanted information to be brought back from the committee that you formed, but what exactly are you looking for information? I think that hasn't been clarified to the city, to your constituents. So if we could get that clarification so that we know what to expect or what other city councilors expect, and that would be very helpful. So thank you.
Kevin Bollard, Lewiston, Ward 4. In regards to the amendment, I did want to just express my appreciation to the councilors that were willing to go outside of the norm and their normal thought process and talk to their constituents and do the research needed to realize that this blanket wording that was originally in the moratorium doesn't work for anybody. I think we already know that there's plenty of ordinances and policies in place for a shelter that has to be followed through for that to start. I think this moratorium is something that turned into...
if we could keep our comments to the amendment on hand, that would be great.
Okay, I'll end there then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason Lavoy, 242 Park Street in Lewiston. I live in Ward 5. I'm concerned about the idea we don't define what low barrier is. Many people think of a low barrier shelter as somebody with a mental health issue, somebody with an opiate addiction. We just gave an award tonight to an organization that helped people with opiate addictions. Are we telling people that we're going to put a pause on a shelter just because somebody has a medical condition? There's no and if in the next 180 days there's a fire in a building with people that have wheelchairs, you're saying we're going to put a block? To my knowledge, none of our shelters in Lewiston are ADA accessible. What if we have a fire in one of the buildings that has elevators with no place for anybody to go, elderly? I'm very concerned. We need to define what is low barrier. This is not the way we move forward as a city. We need to come together as a city and solve this issue without putting Necronia amendments that make no sense to me whatsoever and don't make any sense to our community. We can't wait to solve the homelessness issue. I walk the tree streets every day. I live in the tree streets. I see people sleeping on park benches. I'd like to know those that are in support of this. The next 180 days, if this passes, take a walk in the tree streets during the winter and see a person on a park bench covered in blankets trying to stay warm. And summer is not easy either. I was homeless during the summertime. This amendment makes no sense whatsoever. I'll speak on the moratorium later, but some things need to be done because you can define low barrier as medical, mental health, handicap. Where do you draw the line at low barrier? I understand new, but where do you draw the line at low barrier? Maybe we should have no barrier shelters. That would fit the amendment just fine. Thank you.
Shad Massoud, Ward 7. I think just to reiterate what the public has spoken, I feel like the appropriate use of time here would be to take that pause that Councillor McCarthy and Councillor Pease have kind of expressed with their amendment, and hopefully take it back and reword the moratorium if that's still down the path you want to pursue, and then bring it back to the public for, to restart this process. And so I would encourage the councillors to strike down the amendment and possibly the moratorium for better wording. Thank you.
Hi, Darby Ray, Ward 2. No, Ward 1, sorry, Pierce Ave. I just wanted to say regarding the amendment that it's clear to me, having heard everything both, that there's some goodwill on behalf of you counselors in trying to make sure that vulnerable people in this community can be provided the services that they need, particularly in crisis moments like a fire, and that this amendment, as proposed, won't do that. And so I urge you to vote down the amendment and then also the moratorium. But this amendment is not going to get us where we need to be. So thank you for your consideration.
Ashley Medina, 252 Blake Street in Lewiston. A lot of what I want to say has already been said here tonight, but I just want to say that this can't wait. You know, I walk down the street, drive down the street, and it hurts my heart to see what's going on in our streets. It's not long ago that we had a fire, and I know a family that had just moved here and lost everything that they had. And if they didn't get the assistance that they did and the help, the services, they'd be on the streets. So I just think it's important to keep that in mind. And Mr. Pease, thank you.
Hi, my name is Kara Corshane, and I'm a resident of Ward 2. I'm speaking tonight because a key piece of this conversation has been missing, and that is that the people in Lewiston who are at a significant risk of becoming homeless, many of whom who would need the services of a new no or low barrier shelter, have not been talked about. From March 1st, 2021 through yesterday, 1,388 Lewiston households received or were approved for Maine Housing's Emergency Rental Assistance Program. That is 17.6% of Lewiston renter households. We are facing a potential cliff for nearly 18% of Lewiston renters, hardworking Lewiston families who are by definition at risk of becoming homeless, are struggling to pay their rent, and many of whom would definitely need the services of a low barrier shelter. When you're considering this amendment, you are not addressing the problem that you are seeking to fix. Thank you.
Good evening, Amy Smith, Ward 5. Just had a clarifying question. So by new shelter, does that mean a new service provider? What if a service provider that already operates a shelter wants to open a new space? Thank you.
Further, okay.
Hi, my name is Billie Jane Cook. I live in Ward 5 at 1 Walnut Street. My concern is that this amendment is twofold to me. One, another time waster. If we still don't go through with the moratorium vote tonight, then it just keeps stretching out, which ironically is retroactive to May 28th. So all we're doing or March 28th, which all we're doing is wasting time trying to get a moratorium in place instead of looking at the real issue. Furthermore, I'm concerned. I appreciate the change in language. I really do, because it shows goodwill and that you're looking at it. But by leaving out the people that would require a low barrier shelter, you are leaving out the same people that are driving away investment in tourism in this city. Thank you.
Further public comment on this amendment? Back to the council for discussion. Councilor Harriman.
I just wanted to say thank you to my fellow councilors for proposing a change. I am still opposed to the moratorium, but I may vote yes for the amendment, just because it is slightly better than the alternative. But as far as the moratorium, it's not the direction we need to go in as a city.
Councilor Clement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Procedural question, Madam Clerk. The next vote we take would be on the amendment, and that would set forth the mechanism for a public hearing on our next council meeting. It would just be changing the language of what's going forth. It would not extend or lengthen out the process at all.
Correct. That's correct. Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Councilor Harriman.
And I just want to double check as well. So we'll vote on the amendment, and then we will discuss the main motion and have public comment on the main motion, and then vote on the main motion.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor McCarthy.
I will admit that the emergency shelter part of the discussion I left off of the plate. Obviously, we don't want to stop anything, any help to anybody that is in an emergency situation like a fire, because that is a devastating loss to go through, and we don't want to make it harder for anybody. I'm wondering if the language can be modified to exclude emergency shelters from this ban and have it just be shelters that are permanent shelters, permanent low barrier shelters. That way it takes that emergency part out of it, because, you know, that isn't the right thing to do, to punish people when they have a fire and they're put out on the street.
Councilor McCarthy, are you suggesting an amendment to the amendment?
Yes, I guess it would be the only way to do it. I mean, I want to do this, but I want to do it right. I have my feelings that we need some guidelines in place for low barrier shelters, and that's why I'm for the moratorium. But I don't want to prevent people that are burnt out of their homes from having access to a emergency shelter set up. So what's your suggestion, Madam Clerk?
So I would actually ask if you could repeat the language that you had stated. But I agree with you, Counselor, that it would be a second amendment because it's basically a new topic. So it would be an amendment to the proposed amendment. I think it's too large for a friendly amendment, if that's what you're trying to get at, because it seems to be a little different. But if you could just
Yeah, we're not fixing a typo here. You know.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I understand that, and I apologize to everybody. Please indulge me for a minute.
Madam Clerk, we've had a request to read back the current amendment.
Sure, is to change the language in the proposed moratorium ordinance to redraft the language so it is applicable to just new low barrier shelters. And I did not catch exactly what Councilor McCarthy was saying regarding the second topic, so I apologize.
What I'm thinking is that it's new permanent low barrier shelters. Just adding the word permanent to that, to the amendment.
Okay, because I thought I had heard you use the word emergency
Well,
in there.
if you say new permanent shelters, that would, it wouldn't fall, emergency shelters wouldn't fall under that.
Okay, so you're just looking to insert the word permanent
Correct,
in the original motion?
correct.
Okay.
Is that doable? Or will that require a second amendment?
I have a hard time believing this qualifies as a friendly amendment.
I would agree with that. Okay, so then it would need a freestanding amendment.
Okay, so we would have to pass the first amendment, then make a motion on the second amendment.
So actually just the opposite. You would
Okay.
need to vote on the word permanent to insert it. You'd vote yes or no. And then
Okay.
if that passes, then it's incorporated into the original amendment.
Okay.
And then you would vote on that, and then you would vote on the motion that's in your book.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
So I would like to make a motion to insert permanent into the language.
Councilor Pease has seconded this amendment to the amendment. Can you please read the
Sure.
the current proposed language?
Sure, so the current motion on the table, and it was moved by Councilor McCarthy, seconded by Councilor Pease, is to insert the word permanent in between the words new and low barrier. So it's inserting the word permanent.
Could you just read it?
Sure, so if
yeah.
it was to pass.
If it was, yes,
right,
thank you.
then
If
the
it was to pass.
Then the language would be to change the language in the proposed moratorium ordinance to rewrite the language so it just applies to new permanent low barrier shelters.
Council discussion on this current motion, Madam Clerk, would that be?
Yes.
Yeah, the current motion. Councilor Jelinas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for, the effort and the changed language. I know that was challenging on the spot like that, but I'm going to vote no. I'm not in favor of a moratorium or an amendment to the moratorium. I appreciate the consideration about when we think about a fire or something like that, but I think it's more than just people that are experiencing a fire. It's so much bigger than that. I just need to say that.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you. I too appreciate that's not easy doing that on the spot, so I appreciate that. But may I make a suggestion? If we're going to amend it and change it and a second amendment, why don't we just not have a moratorium right now? Wait for the ad hoc committee to finish up the work, and then we can, if we feel after that, then we can have more language, stronger language. I'm not sure that we're accomplishing anything right now, and I want to see us moving forward and getting some work done to help our community, and I believe that's what everybody on this council wants to see too. I don't believe some of the stuff I've read on social media and in the paper and other things and comments that I don't think anybody needs to be vilified or anything like that. I think we all have a heart to want to fix the situation in our community. I don't see why we need to do this and amend language again. Let's just not do it.
Further discussion from the council? Can you reread that, please? Thank you.
Sure. So the motion before you is to.
Excuse me, thank you.
The motion before you is to consider if you want to insert the word permanent into the motion, which is to change language in the proposed moratorium to have it be rewritten to apply to just new permanent low barrier shelters.
Given this recent change, I would like to go to public comment for the amendment.
Jason,
Excuse me, sir. If you can please keep your comments germane to the word, I guess, permanent.
correct. Jason Lavoy, 242 Park Street. I understand what you're saying. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Probably more confused than anything. I think I agree with the two councilors from Ward 1 and Ward 7 that we're with having to define permanent versus why do we need one at all? But anyway, so now an organization could go form a temporary shelter, not a permanent one, a temporary low barrier shelter. Am I correct if this were to pass? Because it's not a permanent shelter, right? So if for some reason we had, so when you say low barrier and permanent, low barrier, sex offenders can't stay in any of the shelters we're in right now. Neither can a lot of opiate addicts. Neither can somebody who doesn't to go to any religion. So, a permanent, I like the idea of that we're solving the issue of fire, but we're not solving the issue of current homelessness, people sleeping on the streets, causing more violence. If we had housing for them, they wouldn't have to sleep on the street and cause violence. I think you're going on a mountain down a molehill with all these amendments. I think you could just vote down the moratorium. Thank you.
Kevin Bollard, Ward 4. I just kind of wanted to reiterate what Jason just got done saying. This amendment of the amendment would actually allow our organization to open up a temporary shelter with no barriers within the city, which, based off the current feedback from some of the councilmen, I think that would be less admirable based off of the original presentation. Thank you.
Hi, Allie Smith again, 156 Horton Street again. With these amendments, it seems pretty clear that the major concern is about the specific resource center proposal. So I just want to speak quickly to that. Last time there was a lot of concern about, well, if they access this federal funding and then they fail, the city will have to pay it back. And candidly, that seems really reasonable to me. So I just want to point out.
Excuse me, if you could just keep your comments to, I guess the word permanent.
We don't need these amendments because if you want to respond to the resource center, you already can. You get to vote again on whether or not to give them that federal funding, and you can impose any additional restrictions during the planning board process that you want. So if you really just want to, as it seems like you're doing through these amendments, target that project, you already have all the tools that you need and you don't need a moratorium.
Matt Roy, Ward 3, 155 Wisdom Street. For the sanity of the city clerk, it would just be, Mr. Mayor, it would be easier for Councilor McCarthy to withdraw and just make a new amendment with what his actual intentions are. Thank you.
Megan Parks, Ward 7, 12 Grovemont Lane. I also, like many people have said, appreciate the attempt to amend this to meet whatever goal it is you're working towards. The word permanent, the language I think now that's proposed is permanent, new, low barrier. That still does not stop a program that wanted to open tomorrow that is a no barrier program, which is a very slight adjustment in terminology. And it also says new permanent shelter, so a program that's already existing could continue because it's not new. So I think that I appreciate the attempts, but I think it's still missing the mark. And we should probably just sit down and talk things out and come to some kind of an amicable agreement that works for everyone, rather than continue to sort of kick this along and make amendments to amendments and all of that unnecessary stuff. Thank you.
Hi, Caleb Roebuck, Robinson Gardens, Ward 2. I'll make this super quick. I don't think we need this amendment for the permanent shelter because The shelter can't even go through until it gets the necessary approval anyways. There can be questions, there can be workshops, there can be all these other steps done without a moratorium being implemented. So ground's not being broken tomorrow. That's not the plan. So having this amendment to an amendment seems wildly unnecessary, as well as the moratorium in general. Thank you.
Billy Jane Cook, Ward 5, 1 Walnut Street. I think that the examples we've just gone through, as you've tried to craft the exact language of what should be in there, again, I appreciate your intents, but this should, if nothing else, show you how complicated this issue is. And I wouldn't want to move forward with it knowing that there could still be something else in 5 minutes that needs to be changed to adjust for a condition. I think we should just move on to the other moratorium vote. I'm terrified that you guys are going to go back into a bubble again to now try and craft the exact language that you need. And we're going to further delay something that's already retroactive, where we're wasting time in that 180 days to actually get to a solution of the real problem. Nobody's going to put a shelter in tomorrow without coming to City Council.
I'm Sari Cressy, 141 Pierce Street, Ward 5, and this just feels like more legalistic heel dragging. That's my reading of the whole thing, and specifically this particular issue.
Further public, okay.
Just a quick question. My name's Dave Bilodeau. I live in Auburn, but I've worked in Lewiston for 34 years, and I am on the mayor's committee. If I understand this right, somebody could then open a permanent no-barrier shelter, which is worse than a low-barrier shelter? So the wording still isn't correct.
Back to the council for discussion. Councilor LaChapelle?
Madam Administrator, in the event of a fire, do we as a municipality put people up in hotels or find shelter for them regardless?
Under the state's general assistance guidelines, there are emergency provisions that allow for that.
Okay, so there's really no need for this amendment on permanent part. So I agree. Let's suggestion just withdraw that amendment on the permanent part. Withdraw it all. I liked one of the comments. One of the ladies just mentioned how complicated this issue is, and I guess that's why we're suggesting a moratorium, because this is a very complicated subject and we want to do it properly. So I would be in favor of withdrawing the permanent, withdrawing the other amendment, and just moving forward with the original saying, because it doesn't appear that we're getting the desired effect of trying to work and come to an agreement earlier on so that we can discuss this more. So that's my feeling on it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor McCarthy.
Councilor LaChapelle, could you repeat exactly what you just said, what you would like the action to be done?
I suggest that the last amendment on a permanent just be withdrawn. The two of you just withdraw that, and we don't have to vote on it. And I'm fine on the first amendment, either withdraw that, or we can vote on it, or just go to the original amendment. We can talk about the other amendment. We're talking amendment number 2 right now. I suggest just withdraw that motion.
I feel like we need a graph or flow chart up here, but further council discussion? Councilor McCarthy.
Seeing that the city administrators basically said that an emergency shelter that the city takes care of. Am I correct in that the city takes care of
Administrator Hunt,
people
if
in
you,
this situation, emergency situation?
People that have emergency situations can seek general assistance for housing and living expenses, yes.
Okay, then I will withdraw the motion for inserting permanent into the motion and to simplify things. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, where are we at right now?
Sure, we just need to see if Counselor Pease would agree as well, since he seconded the motion. Okay, thank you. So the maker of the motion and the person who seconded the motion are withdrawing their motion, which again, the pending motion before you is to insert the word permanent, so that's what they are withdrawing at this time. So then the motion before the body is the first motion, which is to adjust the proposed language of the moratorium ordinance and to have it redrafted so it applies just to new low barrier shelters.
And council discussion? Councilor Jelinas.
Just a clarifying question, Mr. Mayor. So I heard you questioning the administrator about, if something happened, like a fire or something like that, could someone go seek out help? And I heard you say that general assistance is available for folks. Is that conditional or is that unconditional? In other words, do they have to meet eligibility criteria, Administrator Hunter, or is it open to anybody?
When we went through the fires, the recent fires, the emergency provision, they still have to provide paperwork as they're available for low income, all that good stuff. It makes it somewhat easier to provide that general assistance in that situation because of the paperwork and the immediate need.
Thank you.
So I believe, and the director couldn't be here tonight, but I believe there is a period of time where they don't have to permanently qualify, but if they stay on a period of time after that, then they would need to prove the normal general assistance requirements.
Thank you for that clarification.
Administrator Hunter, and then I guess once they are approved for that assistance, how would we house them at that point?
With the fires, it was everybody, all hands on deck. We called the hotels to see who had vacancies. In some instances, they stayed with relatives. We had people living in our fire substation that was recently vacated. It depends on where the vacancies are.
Thank you. But it stands to reason that the emergency would have to take place at a time when there would be vacant hotel rooms. Is that correct?
Well, we can't predict that, no.
Right. Thank you. Further council discussion for the amendment? Madam Clerk, for clarification, can you please read the amendment?
Sure, absolutely. So the amendment before you, the motion before you is to change the language in the proposed moratorium ordinance to have it redrafted so it applies just to new low barrier shelters.
Procedural question, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Clement, yes.
If we pass this amendment, or any amendment here tonight, and it's determined that the language in the ordinance is not sufficient or going to accomplish whatever it is we seek to accomplish, we can redraft that in this time period because it will not go to public hearing until our next council meeting. Is that correct?
When does it have to be posted, Kathy?
Advertised, it would, the 14th of April.
So we would need it we need final language by the 14th of April.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion from the council? So my concern is that the moratorium is a bad idea, and now we have a bad idea with an amendment. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1.
No.
Ward 2.
Yes.
Ward 3.
No.
Ward 4.
Yes.
Ward 5.
Yes.
Ward 6.
Yes.
Ward 7.
No.
Motion passed by a vote of 4 to 3.
Can you please read our new motion?
Sure, so the motion now before you is to approve the order setting the public hearing date for a moratorium ordinance on homeless shelters to be April 19th, 2022, and directing the city clerk to place public notice accordingly. And we already have a motion for that.
Discussion. Councilor Scott.
I move that we postpone the motion indefinitely.
Second.
Council discussion on this new motion.
Just a point of clarification, is there a council discussion for that?
I think it goes right to vote.
I thought it goes
Does
right
it?
to vote.
Oh,
Just point.
Madam Clerk.
That's what we're
Yes,
looking.
hang on, so.
Sorry, Councilor Scott.
That's
okay.
I believe it goes right to vote.
Yes, there can be debate. So the motion is to move that the motion be postponed indefinitely. And the purpose of that motion is to kill the main motion. And so debate is allowable on that, and it just needs a majority vote.
Discussion on this agenda, on this current motion. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
No.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
No.
Ward 5?
No.
Ward 6?
No.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion failed by a vote of 3 to 4. So the motion that's appearing before the council is the one that's pre-printed in your book.
Discussion, further council discussion on this agenda item? Councilor Scott? Or Councilor Harriman?
I just had a couple questions about the, or points to make and questions about the staff memos that were included there. I just wanted to make it clear that city staff was directed by the city council to prepare a moratorium, prepare the language, and to make a case for the moratorium. I noticed that the two departments that were represented are planning and code and police, and I'm just curious why other city departments were not represented. Is there, what the process is around that?
Those two departments that had the most involvement with previous experience, again, the public safety aspect of it, as well as the permitting and licensing aspect. Those two departments were in the best position to express concerns and/or agreements with a shelter moving forward.
Thank you. I would suggest that some other city departments be consulted, specifically the library, as they become the de facto day shelter, since we don't have one, and the social services department as well, to see what their experience is with homelessness, how how we assist people who are struggling with homelessness, how much money we expend in various ways. And then, so that was my suggestion. And then I had a question about the dates on these two memos from the departments. They're dated March 1st and February 28th, but we as a council did not direct the city staff to prepare this until March 15th. So I'm curious as to why those are dated as such.
Because there was discussion ahead of time about if a moratorium were to move forward, and giving it that it's budget season, a few other pending items, they prepared that ahead of time. And then it was sent to the city attorney to review to see if the information included in the memo was adequate enough to pursue moratorium language.
Okay, thank you. And one more issue with the police memo provides a bunch of data regarding the two emergency shelters that were operated in the city, but I did not see any data regarding our other current permanent shelters as far as police response, police calls related to those shelters. And I'm just curious why you know, if the moratorium is going to apply to all types of shelters, not just emergency shelters or temporary shelters that are set up for a COVID crisis, why we didn't also receive data about the regular shelters we have in the city.
I know the police chief is here, but I can have that information pulled and circulated.
Okay.
Further council discussion? Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda or the currently amended agenda item?
Sure, the motion before you is to approve the order setting the public hearing date for a moratorium ordinance on homeless shelters to be April 19th, 2022, and directing the city clerk to place public notice accordingly.
Can you read the amended, what Councilor McCarthy, what we amended?
Sure, the council adopted to change the draft moratorium ordinance language to have it apply to just new low barrier shelters.
Further discussion? We will now go to public comment for this.
Phew, glad I don't sit in your seats. Jason Lavoy, 242 Park Street in Lewiston. I'll be quick. As you can probably tell, I oppose this moratorium wholeheartedly. I think it's the wrong direction for our city to go. I'm speaking as a former homeless person that lived in Lewiston for many years myself. I'm a lucky case. I now live in a small apartment with a Section 8 voucher. I'm disabled and I work my butt off. I work at a job and I work my butt off. However, not everyone in our community is so lucky. I'd like to suggest that you come together in a better way. Instead of just saying no, we already have a mayor's committee. Like somebody just said earlier, groundbreaking is not going to start tomorrow. It's going to be a while before it starts. So why do we need this? We can sit down and discuss this without a moratorium. I just think it's, and I will be at the public hearing if this passes anyway to give my discussion, and I will just finish with this. And I think the clerk would agree with me. When it comes to voter registration, a home is not required to vote. Thank you.
Hi, it's me again. I am Allie Smith. I live at 156 Horton Street. I just want to clear up a couple things about the emergency response at the risk of belaboring a point. I appreciate Administrator Hunter's comments about what could happen. I'd like to focus on what actually happened in September, which was that the Red Cross coordinated with local nonprofits to set up temporary shelters at the high school and in rooms at the Ramada. Under the current moratorium language, they define a homeless shelter as any facility providing temporary shelter to homeless individuals in a dormitory, barracks, or per-bed arrangement, and specifies that those could be operated by nonprofit or for-profit or religious organizations. The Ramada is a for-profit business. If they're providing per-bed housing to homeless individuals in response to a fire, that would be banned under this moratorium, as well as the space at Lewiston Public Schools. I appreciate that they could go to GA. I think we all know that the GA system is very overburdened and is not necessarily where we would want to turn in a moment of imminent crisis where people don't have a place to go that evening. And in regard to all everyone has said about the Resource Center not breaking ground tomorrow, I'd just like to reiterate that they came to you to ask you for money because they don't have enough money to start this project. They don't even have a building, and you have the ability to change all the zoning policies that you want to around shelters without a moratorium, and they're not going to be able to move forward more quickly than you can change the policies if that's what you want to do. And once again, the language as it currently exists would actively prohibit an organization like the Red Cross from seeing our community in crisis and saying, we have resources to bring to bear to help people who don't have somewhere to sleep tonight. They can't do that if we have a moratorium on record. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jamie Cowett. I live on Main Street in Lewiston. I have been a social worker for 20 years. I also run a program called The Store Next Door, where we currently serve 200 plus identified homeless youth here at Lewiston Public Schools, and we support over 300 that are at risk just in the school year alone. Our program addresses the basic needs of our youth on a daily basis so they can just concentrate on schoolwork. For the last 14 years, I've been working with these homeless youth at Lewiston High School. I would like to talk about some of the events my homeless youth experience on a daily basis. Just last week at school, we met an amazing young man. He is a senior at school. He is 19 years old. He came down to our room, showed us a text message from his mother that told him he had to be out by the 3rd or all his stuff would be on the lawn. On Christmas morning, I got a phone call from one of my homeless youth that just delivered a stillborn child. I had recently became a mother that year, and I remember that phone call very vividly. It was the hardest phone call and hospital visit I have ever done in my entire life. If any of you have ever experienced that, you know that this is a traumatic event that is forever etched in your memory and thoughts. Baby Lily is always in my thoughts and mind. Or how about getting a call to go to the hospital and sit there for hours with a youth because they are being molested by one of their parents and no longer wants to live in that home? Or how about your youth tells you that their mother sold them last night to a John so she could get high on drugs and is choosing not to stay with that mother anymore? Or what about it's the coldest night of the year and you go home and you know that the child just left the school with a backpack full of clothes and the food that you gave them from the school? How would you sleep at night? Homeless, the invisible population. Well, it is not to me and it is not to us. This little Band-Aid that we keep putting on the homeless problem, it's not sticking anymore. We all can do better, all of us.
Megan Parks, Ward 7, 12 Grovemont Lane. The framing of this moratorium language is intentionally negative to make it appear that a low-barrier program is harmful to the health and safety of the neighboring community, but if you dig into the facts, it reveals a different story. This negative framing is also generating negative publicity for the Ramada, which should be lauded and recognized as a Lewiston business that stepped up during the pandemic to provide space and services to the unhoused people in our community, those needing to quarantine, as well as arrangements for fire victims in September and Afghani asylum seekers. The Ramada has shown that they care about our community and its residents time and time again, yet they are still being subjected to negative representation through this referendum that impacts their business. The wellness program at the Ramada was voted on and approved by the City Council on November 9th of 2020 and ran from November 15th till September of 2021. The July 1st date in your packets is not accurate. In February, Chief St. Pierre provided me with the following breakdown of calls to the wellness program, and I've sent you these emails so you have the original copies. The first 8 calls on his list occurred before the homeless program opened and should not have been attributed to the program. Staff doing outreach, be on the lookouts for potential guests, and letting PD know that we had rooms available made up 9 of those calls. A quarantine guest experiencing a mental health issue while isolating made up 1 of those calls. We have a young woman in the community who is homeless and has untreated mental illness, and she calls PD constantly and has for years. She made up 14 of those calls. 29 of those calls were for medical EMS response, for calls to transport people to the hospital for medical reasons. Clients who initiated the phone calls due to untreated mental health issues, various clients, made up 7 of those calls. 5 of them were unrelated to us, including a call that we made when a young man jumped out of his transportation vehicle in the parking lot and ran into the woods. It had no ties to our program at all, but that was one of the 5 that we made that didn't have anything to do with our program at all. There were 3 well-being checks from family members of our guests, just trying to check on their family member. One was an incident of community policing where the officer was driving through and spoke with our guests in the smoking section. Only 10 of those 89 calls required actual PD intervention. 1 resulted in an arrest of a person who had an outstanding warrant. None were a cause for serious public harm, as is required by 30A MRSA 4356. 89 total calls to dispatch in 11 months. That doesn't sound like a serious public harm to me. By contrast, the area around the Ramada had 129 pages of police response, and only 89 calls were attributed to our program. At a previous city council meeting where we presented an update on the program, then Chief and Interim Deputy City Administrator O'Malley confirmed that the one and only neighbor complaint attributed to our program involved shelter guests eating lunch on the bench at the mini mall across the street, and they had left trash and cigarette butts. We addressed that issue and it did not happen again. In your packets, Chief St. Pierre states, in addition to these calls, the specific address of the Ramada, LPD received complaints involving shelter guests creating problems on the roadways, being intoxicated, and trespassing. Actual area complaints stretched from Alfred Plurd Parkway to Ruper's, which includes Super 8 and Motel 6. In February, he stated these call logs do not reference any ties to our program or shelter guests. It is being assumed for the sake of this
Excuse me,
moratorium.
time. Thank you.
Kevin Bollard, Ward 4. I am just finishing Megan Parks's writing. For the designated time period, LPD in that same time period before Super 8 had 78 calls and Motel 6 had 58. Chief St. Pierre stated responses to those 2 motels and a few others is rather constant and regular. Not noted in these stats is that the Wellness Shelter Center staff was also called to question on a breaking and entering and theft from the nearby funeral home during the winter of 2020, and ultimately we were able to prove it wasn't tied to us by providing 24-hour surveillance cameras and very detailed logs we kept of guests coming and going. The language from the moratorium references the health and safety of the community as justification for the proposed resource center. Comparably, where is the concern for the serious public harm that exists without such a program? Nothing is a more serious public harm than death, and 7 unhoused human beings, residents, have died in the last 12 months here in Lewiston. Homeless folks are being violently assaulted while minding their own business. People are sleeping outdoors in below freezing temperatures. People are lacking necessary medical care, places to toilet or shower, and suffering. Where is the concern and action to prevent these serious public harms? Thank you.
My name is Caleb Roebuck, and I live on Robinson Gardens, Ward 2. I'm here to speak against moving the proposed moratorium forward, mainly because we just heard a lot of the problems that would come with that moratorium. I want to first talk about language that was used at the last meeting for this subject. Many councilors repeatedly use the phrase stewards of Lewiston's tax dollars. While it is a part of the job of being a city councilor, there is so much more than that. Similarly, it is not part of the job to shut out, insult, and belittle other councilors and community members who happen to disagree. What is a necessary part of the job is representing the people. Sometimes those people are addicted to drugs, homeless, poor, or dealing with mental health issues, and those people matter. There is an incredibly large constituent of people here on the 15th to speak against the moratorium that would harm them. Even more reached out electronically to ask to stop moving the moratorium forward. There were homeowners, taxpayers, business owners, renters, people in recovery, and landlords who all said they were in favor of the proposed shelter and, if necessary, using our tax dollars for it. People came from all wards and all walks of life to say this moratorium is a bad and unnecessary idea. I've read the agenda item for tonight. It is clear in the sometimes hostile language there that the reasons for the moratorium are not to be stewards of our tax dollars, and that voting for it is going against the wishes of the vast majority of your constituents and implementing a political agenda which you were promised would not happen. I have a vested interest in Lewiston. This is my home, and we can do something good for the people tonight by voting against moving this targeted moratorium forward. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to speaking to you again on the 19th.
Good evening, Amy Smith. I'm at Ward 5, 122 Bartlett Street, and I'm against the moratorium. In my view, it's a direct overreaction to some of the negatives that happened when 2 emergency shelters were set up very quickly during COVID to keep our vulnerable neighbors safe and healthy. How many other rapid response activities during COVID had issues? Were the drive-through test sites perfect? How about the vaccine clinics or the online process for finding and scheduling tests? Did curbside pickup at restaurants and grocery stores and pharmacies go without a hitch? When you set up solutions to complicated problems in a very short time, you're going to have some issues. Let's remember that the shelters saved lives during one of the most terrifying, emotionally upsetting times many of us have ever lived through. Comparing the do-whatever-it-takes COVID shelters to well-designed, professionally staffed, and adequately resourced facilities isn't fair. The moratorium order has a lot to say about the number of police calls to the temporary shelters, but that data is incomplete. If you're going to report on calls to the temporary shelters, then to Scott's point, then you should also report on the number of police calls to our long-standing shelters. And if the number of calls went up at the Armory when our homeless neighbors moved there, what happened to the other spaces where the homeless generally gather? Did those calls increase or decrease? Is there a difference in outcomes when police respond to a call at a shelter where there are social work and mental health professionals present to help? Just reporting the raw numbers isn't enough. There are 12 reasons, they show up as whereas clauses cited for the moratorium, and 7 of them have to do with the temporary COVID shelters. The other reasons given by counselors are related to the resource center, which you already have the tools to respond to. We don't need a moratorium to do that. It's not going to produce any constructive results. Thank you.
Matt Roy, Ward 3. Mr. Mayor, now that we've made our way through the myriad of amendments, which are unnecessary in my opinion, and based on the mayor's public comments and the comments of Councilor Scott Harriman and Joannis, I agree with. Now, here's the irony that no one's actually pointed out yet. When the group of that Ms. Parks and Mr. Board presented, this city staff and city council was in the process of amending our marijuana regulations. With it, we didn't need a moratorium. Okay, granted, the city had a moratorium when Minister Barrett, but that was what, 2018, 17, 18, early 19, when the state hadn't done its job yet. I could go on a tangent on that one, as I see the city clerk smirking at me when I say this, because she probably remembers those meetings. But anyway, yeah, so we have that. And as Director Hediger has said, and again, as Councilor Scott has said many times, along with other councilors in the last 3 weeks, it's our current code provides for it. There's a process already in place, as other speakers have mentioned tonight, that the planning board is involved. We have a new ad hoc committee. We have a housing committee, which you just amended in the ordinances tonight. A moratorium is not needed. And again, I point you to the irony of earlier this year. You didn't need one for the revise the business performance standards and other business-related regulations for adult use recreational marijuana businesses in the city. Thank you.
If I can get you to hold that for 1 second. The time is now 9 o'clock, and unless there's objections from the council, I propose a 10-minute recess. Or Councilor Scott? Councilor Harriman.
That's okay. I would just like to voice my opposition to a recess at this time. I think we should at least finish public testimony, preferably finish this agenda item before we go on recess. Yeah, I think we should definitely finish this item.
Councilor Scott?
I would agree. People have been standing, they're waiting. We've got just a couple more people left to speak. I would prefer to wait, and then after this agenda item, we still have several agenda items after that we can take a break after this.
At this point, please proceed.
My name is Billie Jane Cook, and I'm a resident of Ward 5. I live at 1 Walnut Street, where I also operate the Inn at the Agora and the Agora Grand Event Center. I'm going to start by telling you that I'm not a do-gooder. I only care about this issue because I see it every day, and it is not only hurting my business, but also all of us that live with it day in and day out. When I stopped directing all of my energy to being angry about it, I realized that the only way for change was to be a catalyst in it. And the only way to fix my business and where I live was to be able to change the lives of those unable to change their own. I had to be the catalyst. I only care for selfish reasons. I would safely guess that if I didn't live in the thick of it, right in the shadow of City Hall, I would direct my energy elsewhere. But I'm here, in an anchor point of our community in the former St. Patrick's Church. I do not support the moratorium on homeless shelters. While I do believe that the issue needs to be looked at and approached in a manner that best benefits the city, the moratorium just seems like a way to shut down the proposed resource center and waste time. We've already wasted a month working on this moratorium rather than address the real problem. This vote tonight is to set a public hearing. I will assume that tonight's vote will be exactly the same as it was previously, and also for the last two amendments we had. Then we have a public hearing on the 19th. Ironically, 180 days is retroactive to March 28th. By the time you go through the time-wasting exercise of getting this in place, you will have wasted 23 of your precious 180 days. That's almost 13% of the moratorium's time wasted on just getting it in place. Seriously? Is this what you want to waste your time on? I've heard some of the counselors in support of this moratorium say that you support the concept and need, and you've had since the end of February to have discussions and gain understanding, and instead you spent that time on getting a moratorium in place. One of you even said to me, well, I only have 2 years on council. You can't get much done in 2 years. I hope all of you don't have that sentiment, because that means you will never get anything done. And yes, you can get a lot done in 2 years. Honestly, based on this time waster exercise of this moratorium, I can see why that counselor didn't expect to get anything done. If your claim to fame for your term is passing this moratorium, well, what I ask as a resident, business owner, and public school parent in Lewiston is, what have you accomplished in researching a solution for the low barrier, 24-hour wraparound homeless needs? From what I see, it seems like a lot more time was spent and will continue to be spent on getting a moratorium in place than addressing the real problem, preventing investment, tourism, and positive growth in Lewiston. Thank you.
The last two of us are not from Lewiston.
All right, please proceed.
Yeah. My name is David Bilodeau. I live in Auburn, but I've worked in Lewiston for the last 34 years. 18 years as a supervisor for Knapp Shoes. The last 16 years for Tri-County Mental Health Services as an alcohol and drug counselor. PATH, which is a homeless case manager. I am currently the options liaison for Androscoggin County. As the options correspondent, I travel with law enforcement throughout the county, respond to community members challenged by substance misuse issues and overdoses. I've worked with many members of the city administration during these years, local and community law enforcement, as well as all of the shelters. While I am in favor of taking the time needed to do it correctly, I am not in favor of a moratorium. I believe the new mayor's committee on the shelter, the city council, and the shelter representatives can work together to make it happen. As a member of the committee, I will gladly be the go-between to access information, help move the project forward, and I believe the council can still move the discussion to the next meeting, and the next meeting after that, they feel more time is needed without needing a moratorium. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sonia Bermonti. I'm from Sabatis. Just gonna read what Good evening, City Council members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sonia, and I have come here again to talk about the dire need of more resources and shelters for the unhoused of this area. I last sat here on November 16th and advocated the desperate need for more shelters and the lack of resources in the area. Some of the things that were said that evening were that a person can contact general assistance or the police to be helped, that on any given day that there are 5 to 7 beds available, and lastly, that homelessness is an issue that the council is aware of, but since they were in the last hour, it's something that the next council should address, hence the reason why I'm here. I would quickly like to address the two of the statements that I just mentioned. Since I last was here, I had previously spoken to many people who have been to general assistance and state that they were told there were no funds or resources available. Some of these people agreed to allow me to record that, and that is publicly noted. I also personally sent over a couple of people who are sleeping in the woods to the police department to get help, and they were also not helped. That particular day, they were drenched from head to toe, and I transported them from the police department to the rest center to get warm and to find a change of clothes. Also, the statement of 5 to 7 beds. Although 5 to 7 beds are better than 0, it still makes no impact since there are at least 100 plus people who are unhoused at this time. Just to name a few, there's 3 Scotts, 2 Dannys, 2 Heathers, Ian, Christopher, Glenn, Rob, David, Devin, Nicole, Sandra, Albert, Baluku, Andre, Anthony, Oscar, Cynthia, Jessica, Jennifer, Jen, Brandon, Floyd, Jacob, and many others who have no problem with me mentioning their names because they feel unwanted, uncared for, and unloved. All of these people I mentioned are lacking the resources that they need to not only get off the streets, but to transition back to being contributing members to this community. 2 of the people have actually gotten frostbite, 2 have been sexually assaulted, and 1 hit by a drunk driver this year alone. Some of these people are suffering with mental illness, some people with drug and alcohol addictions, and almost all have the same depression or PTSD, some victims of domestic violence. All of these things as a whole are lacking in this area as for resources are concerned, and there are also severe concerns of the lack of transitional resources available so that when a person does complete
That's time, thank you.
Shad Massoud, Ward 7. I just hope, I think what's clear here is that there's really kind of feels like that there's no turning back, but I do have hope, as some of the councilors have tried to make amendments and try to get to the heart of why they're asking for more time. And when you vote again to pass or not pass to public comment, I ask you guys to step back a little bit and just really look at the testimony over the last 2 days and last 2 meetings and the public comment and kind of understand that there are people asking the hard questions outside of the council as well. And there will be plenty of time in other venues, planning board, and I'm sure at some point another city council presentation to ask more hard questions. Moratorium is not going to get you any more time to ask those hard questions because there's a lot of moving pieces here. So it's clear, over the many years of other people's work on how to find a solution to this, that we're right on the cusp of finding that for Lewiston, and the moratorium only delays the practice of that. And there is no perfect solution that's going to come out of in these 2 years, but we need to start working on the problem. And a moratorium is not a part of that solution. Thank you.
Further public comment? Back to the council for discussion. Councilor Jelinas?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So back to the agenda item, the requested action is, for a public hearing date of April 19th on this amended moratorium, and to direct the city clerk to place public notice. I will be voting no. I'm actually a pretty big proponent of moratoriums. I think oftentimes they're warranted. I think there's a lot of good sense behind them. It does slow down the process, and it does give us opportunity to gather more information. If I felt that that was the case with this particular issue, I'd be voting in favor of this. I do not believe that is the case. I've spent countless hours just combing over information that's come through, and I honestly believe that the processes are in place. There's enough stops and starts that if there are issues that surface, they'll be addressed. I just feel that when I hear my fellow counselors talking about needing more time and needing more information, I feel like the resources are there. And like I said, even though I am generally in support of moratoriums, this is not one that I support. I think it's completely unnecessary. Thank you.
Councillor Scott?
Thank you. I too, as I've already stated several times, I think, I will be voting no. But I want to remind my fellow councilors, 180 days from now, you're probably still going to have a house. Tonight, you're going to bed in a house, in a bed. There are many people tonight on our streets that are not. There are children that are not. Is this the direction we want to go? Is this the direction we want our city to go? I don't think it is. And so I don't think that we should be supporting or voting for a moratorium. Thank you.
So, just for clarification, yes, there is a mayoral ad hoc shelter committee, and the work is ongoing. We have started, I think this past Monday was a meeting, and I'm very grateful to our co-chairs, Craig Settleminer and Amy Smith. And yeah, so they're going to be doing great work. And so it's not like nothing is being done. We've started the process to evaluate what we need in this community. And my concern, is that this moratorium really accomplishes nothing, because you already have processes in place, as Director Hediger mentioned, what feels like 3 hours ago, that, shelters need to go through an approval process. And so this moratorium does nothing except to make a statement, and the statement is horrible. It says completely the wrong thing about our community, and that is my concern. How do we look like? What do we look like? How do we sound when the moratorium is in effect? I don't think it does us any favors. Councillor Harriman?
I guess jumping off that, one of the things that we prioritized in our city council strategic planning sessions is the city's image, and to the mayor's point, putting a moratorium in place on homeless shelters when we have quite a large homeless problem is not really the image we want to be setting and sending out to the rest of the world. I would also add to the ad hoc shelter committee, which I am a member of. Some of our tasks are to review the history of services to the unhoused, review the latest data, review the current level of services, review the recommendations of various local plans. We actually had a 10-year plan to end homelessness in 2009, and some things have happened, but we still are in a similar position. We're also going to identify gaps in the current system, review the information about the permitting and licensing processes, and review the status of shelters in other communities. And I would move that we just not have a moratorium and just recommend this issue to the shelter committee, because we're already doing this work, and have a lot of bright people around the table. So yeah, I think that's the direction we should go.
Is that a motion, Councillor Harriman?
I suppose it is. So to clarify, I move that we refer this item to a committee, specifically the ad hoc shelter committee.
Second.
Council discussion on this motion. Public comment for this motion?
Yes, that's a great idea. Sorry, Shad Masood.
Excuse me. Thank you. Please continue, Sean.
Shad Masood, Ward 7. Great idea. I think bringing people around who want to actually work on the solution and consider a moratorium in the context of the greater problem would be a fantastic idea. So I hope you guys support that idea.
Allie Smith, Ward 5. Yes, I think this is a great idea, and I just want to clarify that City Council can come up with as long of a list of questions about the Resource Center proposal that you want and give that to this committee to get all of the answers that you have been saying that you need. And again, you can have a presentation back from that committee answering all your questions before you make any decisions about whether to give them any funding or whether to advise the planning board to move forward with approving their zoning. Thank you.
Ashley Medina, 252 Blake Street. Everything Ali just said, I want to second that. And I think that's a great idea, so thank you, Scott, for making that motion. And there's already a lot of great people doing the work. I mean, I think the community spoke for itself, so please support it.
For the fourth time, Matt Roy, Ward 3. Mr. Mayor, it's always, as a constituent, sorry, it's been a long day. And my coffee's a long wear off, as Councilor Scott knows how that works. But it's always great when your city councilor listens to what you said 5 minutes ago. Thank you.
Megan Parks, Ward 7, 12 Grovemont Lane. Councilor McCarthy and Councilor Pease have both said that they're not opposed to a shelter or a resource center, but they just want more time. And I believe that you two are genuine in those comments. And so I would say that the best route to get to where you want to get and to get the information that you're seeking and to get all those questions answered and all of those terms defined and all of the things that you both have verbalized tonight and previously that you want would be to send this to the mayor's ad hoc committee and let those people who do know what they're doing, who are experts and who are in the community, weigh all of that out and come back and give you a report and get you exactly from A to Z where you say you want to go. And so I would encourage both of you and everyone else to vote in favor of sending it to the ad hoc committee. Thank you.
Kevin Bollard, Ward 4. I'd just like to reiterate what everybody's basically already come up and said. I would strongly recommend sending it to the ad hoc committee. It seems like that it's a diverse group of individuals with a lot of experience and knowledge that we're going to be able to bring the best efforts to the table. This proposal has never been about us. It's been about results. If that's the best way to get results, then I would strongly support this going to the ad hoc committee for review.
Back to the council for discussion on this motion. Councilor LaChapelle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bringing people around who actually want to work on the problem. Wow. I do want to work on the problem. I want some time to work on the problem. I've been working on the problem for 40 years. I am in favor of a shelter. I would support a shelter in the proper manner. I don't care if some of the people don't believe me. You're not going to win everybody over. I disagree with this amendment. I would suggest voting it down and move forward with the moratorium so we can work on the problem. Thank you.
Excuse me, thank you. Further discussion from the council? Councilor McCarthy?
Well, as I had said, that within the concept of the moratorium, we will look forward to what the committee is going to come up with. So by whether it's with a moratorium in place or without, we're still waiting for the results of the mayor's committee, and this doesn't change anything really. It's a moratorium that can be lifted at any time. It's up to 180 days. Its start has already been determined as March 28th. So once we get the report back from the committee, if we're satisfied with what it says, it answers all our questions, we lift the moratorium and we move forward. We're looking at 2 to 3 months. My understanding is there's nothing else in the pipeline as far as another shelter aside from the one that's been discussed. And I am against sending this to the ad hoc committee. I am for the moratorium and look forward to the report from the committee. Thank you.
I'm worried at this point that we're simply suggesting we have a moratorium just to have a moratorium. Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you. Please stop. Thank you. Thank you. Further discussion from the council? Madam Clerk, can you please read the current motion and then call the vote?
Or the motion is to refer this matter to the mayor's ad hoc committee on homeless shelters.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Okay. Councilor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
No.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
No.
Ward 5?
No.
Ward 6?
No.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion failed by a vote of 4 to 3.
Back to discussion on the main motion.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, further discussion from the council. Councilor Jelinas?
I just want to take a moment to thank people that have taken the time to be here, every single one of you that have come and given some time to voice, I want you to know that I hear you and what you have to say matters. I also just want to thank people that submitted written comment. That was important for us to go over as well.
Councilor Harriman?
I'd like to second that. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. I also received many, many emails on this issue. I believe one was in favor of the moratorium. There's been a lot of talk of being stewards of our tax dollars and drafting this moratorium using the city attorney. I'm not sure how much that cost, but it seems to me that a large majority of taxpayers are not in favor of a moratorium and would rather have their tax dollars spent to actually fix the issue.
Councilor LaChapelle?
So, Councilor Harriman, are you suggesting...
Excuse me, can you please address the chair?
Mr. Mayor, so is Councilor Harriman suggesting that we bring this to the voters? Is that what he's suggesting? So so I'm asking the chair to ask the councilor if that's his suggestion.
Further discussion from the council. Councilor Harriman?
Well, I don't think that's a bad idea. That is also not going to solve the issue that we are currently facing. So I think we need to move forward with the shelter committee without a moratorium so that we can have, we can respond to issues that come up and that are presently here. And yeah.
Councilor LaChapelle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no problem bringing this to the people. This is a very complex problem. This affects every citizen, every taxpayer, everybody in the state of Maine. This is huge. I have no problem bringing this to the voters. I will still support a moratorium right now, but if you're suggesting bringing this to the voters, let's go to the voters also, and let's bring it to November election.
Councilor Scott?
So I was going to ask, so if we go to a vote, do we stop the moratorium? But apparently that's not the case. So would we suggest doing a referendum vote immediately? What is the thought process here? If we even went down that road, because I don't know that that's going to change. It's not going to change the moratorium going through. It's not going to change a decision being made tonight, correct?
At this point, I would advise the council to discuss the main motion at hand, and if there is other matters they would like to suggest, to discuss, to submit an item to administration to be put on the agenda. Further discussion from the council? Madam Clerk, please, if you can please read the motion and then call for a vote.
Sure. The motion before you is to approve the order setting the public hearing date for a moratorium ordinance on homeless shelters to be April 19th, 2022, and directing the city clerk to place public notice accordingly. Counselor from Ward 1.
No.
Ward 2.
Yes.
Ward 3.
No.
Ward 4.
Yes.
Ward 5.
Yes.
Ward 6.
Yes.
Ward 7.
No.
Motion passed by a vote of 4-3.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Mr. Mayor,
May I have
I move we have a 10-minute recess.
reading my mind, Councilor Clement. Do we have a second?
Second.
And do we need to call for
Unanimous consent.
unanimous consent? Okay, we will come back in 10 minutes. We're back. And now, Madam Clerk, next agenda item.
Yes, item number 8, order approving a one-year services agreement for the Kennedy Park Pool between the Young Men's Christian Association of Auburn Lewiston and the City of Lewiston. Requested action to approve the order approving a one-year services agreement for the Kennedy Park Pool between the Young Men's Christian Association of Auburn Lewiston and the City of Lewiston, and instruct the city administrator to execute the agreement.
Move for passage.
Councilor Pease, and then would you like to second, Councilor Clement?
Yes, sir, I would.
Okay, and discussion on this item, or perhaps Director Welsh, some comments from you first?
Yep, just a quick overview. So the services agreement, it's an 11-week agreement from start to finish. That would allow for an 8-week total pool, for the pool to be open to the public, including a 2-week buffer to train lifeguard staff and do some swim testing, and then a 1 week at the end to allow the YMCA staff to help with any close-up needs and necessities.
Discussion or questions from the council? Councilor Scott.
Thank you. And I was going to ask, because I was thinking, I'm looking at the timeline, and the schools close on the 15th, if there was any possible way that we could open that sooner, but you just answered the question by saying there's 2 weeks of training, so that covers that 2-week time frame. So
yes, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Harriman.
I just wanted to add that I'm really happy to see the pool is going to be open again. I think it's probably been a long couple of years for the kids who live downtown. My only wish is that we could staff it earlier, as Councilor Scott said, and later too. But we'll do what we can.
Yeah, I agree. I think this year it's a good first step with the YMCA and kind of a good first step back since COVID. So with the hours we have it going to be open, I think it'd be a good way to kind of educate the public on like the new policies and procedures, and then hopefully if things go well and we can find increased funding or extra aquatic staff, we can look into offering more opportunities in 2023.
Councilor Jelinas.
Thank you. You know, it'd be great if those, next steps might include like some swim lessons, because I think the Y has such a robust aquatics program, and, you think about some of the local drownings that we've had, and I know that the Y is going to do some of the safety tips and all that kind of stuff and just some general tips, but it would be so great if moving forward we could expand that so that we have like some structured swim lessons going on as well. That'd be really cool. I mean, I know that this is a great start, and I'm not, I'm so thrilled about it, but yeah.
Councilor McCarthy.
First, I want to thank you for organizing this. I think it's a great first start. I think that shake down first year and then expand moving forward. I think it's going to be a great asset to the city, especially to the downtown children that must swelter in the summertime, because I know it's hot even out in the boondocks. So thank you.
Public comment? Back to the council, or anything further to add, Director?
Nope, that's all.
Further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Director Welsh, you have a wonderful evening. Madam Clerk, next agenda item.
Item number 9, resolve authorizing submittal of community project funding and congressionally directed spending requests. Requested action to approve the resolve authorizing submittal of community project funding and congressionally directed spending requests.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Councilor Pease, and then would you like to second, Councilor Jelinas?
Sure.
Okay, there we go. Discussion. I'm sorry?
Council discussion.
Council discussion, yes. Councilor Scott?
I just want to say thank you for looking at this. I mean, the fact that we might be able to modernize the children's room at the library, do some of this renovations at the armory to expand our after-school programming, and then funding for the project supports you. I mean, this is all really good stuff and really effective stuff that could happen. So thank you.
Thank you. I have to give credit where credit's due. Misty Parker is taking the lion's share of completing the applications. All the departments are chipping in to get her the information. Most of these all require 3 letters of support from stakeholders. So we will be reaching out to community members as they relate to these projects. And likewise, those stakeholders have also requested similar recommendations for the city for their program. So it's a very competitive process, and there's a lot of organizations that are applying, so we'll see how we do with this. But we don't know till we ask.
Councilor LaChapelle?
Yes, Administrator, does this mean that these projects are going to come off from our budget?
No,
Or
what
is
would,
that-
what I would suggest we would do, because it is a competitive process, and it takes a significant amount of time to do, is if we get funding, we can look at the timeline and reappropriate funds if we get the earmarks.
Okay, so if we decide that we're going to, I'm just using it as an example, nobody panic, if we suggest that we're not going to fund the fire department, that new fire station, and we take it off from this budget, but
No.
we submit it for that approval.
What I would
Does that
recommend,
work?
there's funding available right now to begin the fire substation, to acquire property, to do design work and so forth. So we could go ahead and apply to this. And what we would do is you could still apply or still approve the LCIP. It's at the discretion of the council. And if we were to get funding of this, then you would rescind the approval to
Okay,
bond
so-
it.
So maybe I picked the wrong program. Modernization of the children's room at the library.
So that's a fund balance item. So we can, and it's funded over 2 years. So we could turn around, you could authorize this, and again, if we
But
get.
if we didn't want to authorize it,
Okay,
that
then it
would be
would
the
go into
question.
next year, and we would wait and see if it
And we
was
can still
funding.
apply for that.
My
grant.
only concern, and I would have to speak to the library director on that one, is our allocation for a portion of that is seed money for a potential donation. So that may not necessarily be a great choice either, for an example.
You're killing me.
I'm sorry. So let's talk Cedar Street. That is something that we can delay that, and if it doesn't get funding, we could reappropriate different streets to put that back in if it is deemed to have a higher priority. So there are a multitude of ways we can do that. We can either not appropriate, and then if it doesn't get earmarked, then appropriate, or we can appropriate now. If it gets funded, then we can rescind the vote.
Thank you.
Councilor Pease?
Is this 2 separate grants?
There are actually 4 different programs with 2 different earmarks. So we have essentially, Misty's met with both local delegation offices to see what would give us the greatest competitive advantage for the earmarks. And we have essentially picked projects that are shovel-ready and that fit in each component of each sub-grant, if you will. So, you know, the public safety is the fire, the infrastructure piece, and then clearly the children's library with the demographics, and then the shovel-ready, the park expansion, the trail expansion, tends to be stuff that they really look at hard. They like stuff that tends to do well with ribbon cuttings and community involvement, and those receive higher scoring. So those are the selection, or why we selected the projects that we're looking at.
Do you have any idea what the dollar amount is that we might be looking at?
To answer your question bluntly, no.
Okay.
We are asking for high volumes. I would rather go high and then whittle it down, because I think on some earmarks, we probably haven't gone high enough, and there were lobbying behind the scenes that I'd actually allowed to get more money. So we're going in high.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor McCarthy?
If these do get approved, can we use the funding that we approved for those to pull something back onto the LCIP list that would have been X'd out during budget negotiations?
Yes, you can.
So if we say, okay, we're going to push off Project A to next year, but we get this funding, we can pull that back onto this year and fund it with the available funds that are freed up.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councilor Pease?
Wouldn't that need special approval?
Yep, it would. We do budget transfers for projects, quite frequently. In this particular case, because we're looking at different funding, we would do a public hearing on that.
Thank you.
Further discussion from the council? Public comment for this item?
Yeah, for the fifth time, Matt Roy, Ward 3. Mr. Mayor, when the city administrator talks about two programs, the public safety, this is as a former county commissioner, I would be familiar with the Homeland Security grant program they do each year at the county and municipal level, correct?
This is not Homeland money I'm talking about.
All right, so it's a different program, thank you.
Correct.
Well, you said the administrator said public safety, so.
They're public safety under earmarks.
So yeah, that's a different federal program, but correct, thank you.
Thank you. Back to the council for discussion. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Sure, Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 10.
Item number 10, order authorizing execution of municipal quitclaim deed for real estate located at 13 LeMay Avenue. Requested action to approve the order authorizing execution of a municipal quitclaim deed for real estate located at 13 LeMay Avenue.
Second.
Councilor Pease, seconded by Councilor Harriman. What? Oh. I'm sorry, is there something you'd like to add, Councilor Pease?
No, I'm talking and Mr. Lashfeld so graciously said, quiet, you can't talk.
Councilors, thank you. Discussion on this agenda item. Councilor McCarthy.
I just have one question, and I've had it on other times, and I haven't asked it. Are there fees and interest on the money that's collected to cover our costs and all of this?
Yes, there is the interest rate that we talked about during the revenue time period. So right now, the state sets the interest rate at 6%. And then additionally, any filing fees that were charged, the certified mail fee that is charged, all of those get rolled into the lien process. And then in the pecking order is actually they pay the fees first, the interest first, and then the principal.
But all that has to be paid before we release
Before we
the lien?
release it, yes.
Great, thank you.
And Madam Clerk, have we been to public comment for this agenda item?
Not yet.
Public comment. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5? Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Reports and updates from the council. Councilor Scott.
Thank you. I just wanted to report on the school committee meeting. Both last night we had a meeting, and we also had a meeting last Wednesday. the meeting last Wednesday, we had a discussion on reducing the budget another approximately 35 cents, actually $753,000, a little more than that, and ended up with a bottom line of 99 cents on the mill rate. We did vote on that last night, and we had a unanimous vote to go forward with that, with the 99 cents, with the understanding that we still needed to have a conversation with the city council, and that there may be some changes that may happen after discussions here. And I suggested that all of the school committee members be responsive to any questions the city councilors have, and vice versa, that we're still reaching out. I asked them also that next Tuesday, when the school committee presents, that all school committee members be here with the superintendent when he presents to city council, because I think that's important, and that hasn't always happened in the past. Let's see here. I do want to say that we've had a lot of conversations in our finance committee for the school committee that really looking towards not just the responsible budget to put forward for this year, but a multi-year approach. So we've had considerable conversations around the COVID emergency funds, and that those are sunsetting in the fall of 2024, and that there's only so much in this pot of money. We've also had a huge conversation around what is still available and what we have in our fund balance. So a lot of the money that we currently have in the fund balance that we are using this year, $5 million of the fund balance is going towards this year's school budget. That money was obtained last year because of, we didn't use buses, so we had money that we had put aside for in the budget for buses, but they didn't all get used because we had kids that were not going to school and they were staying home, so that money reverted back, and there were different areas like that. The concern was that if we were to not be conservative with the fund balance this year, when we're also having the conversation of trying not to raise the mill rate next year or over the 2 years, or keeping it at a more level place, that we were not going to have those additional funds put aside in case there was an emergency. Like we'll say, boiler went at the middle school, and all of a sudden that happened in the middle of the year. And that's what that fund balance was for. I think there's a little leeway for a little more conversation, and I think that conversation can be extended a lot further once we get into effect that position where we're getting reimbursement from the state for the Section 28 and the special education stuff that we had talked about, with a possible revenue of $400,000 to $500,000 a year. That would be something that can be going, you know what I mean, into that fund balance. So again, we will be coming before the city council. The superintendent will be next Tuesday to present the final budget, and then we will be having more conversations. And I think it's important, as we're having conversations and starting to discover what we want to be our bottom line for the year, that we, again, speak to our counterpart on the school committee and just make sure that they're aware, so that when we get closer to the final, we're all on the same place and we're not having surprises in the end, which I hope that we can avoid. I also want to let you know that when we look at the money that is going in this year and what the school committee decided on the bottom, with 99 cents, this doesn't cover completely our bargain salaries and benefits. So contracted growth just for this year is $3,919,000, and that is just for teachers, staff. That's for all the staff. So we have to look at that as just being a regular growth every year, right? Just like we have here, we have contractual, we have insurance and stuff like that happening. That's what's happening on the school department as well. And we have to make sure that we have the money to take care of that. I did get some good questions from Councilor LaChapelle at the beginning of this evening that I will be bringing forward to the superintendent, and I will get back, and when I have that information, I'll send it out as an email to everybody, so that before I speak on it, because I felt like I don't have enough of an answer to it, so I want to speak to the superintendent, and like I said, I'll make sure that everybody gets the email and the response to that. We also last night did approve the contracts for the administration. We were going to discuss the calendar, but we postponed that because there were some dates that they were still waiting for from the sending schools from the Lewiston Regional Tech Center, and that has to coordinate. Our calendar has to coordinate with those 6 sending schools. We did review and potentially, we did vote on the budget. We also had a conversation last night about reinstating the Dropout Prevention Committee, which I think is a very important piece that we had started doing that, and then things had stopped just after COVID started. And it's a really important piece because this is a piece that involves our students and the counselors and the students having those conversations on where they want to go in their future and trying to help with that dropout prevention, because that is something that we do see happening in a lot of schools. And I think a lot of that would be a good conversation around our LRTC programs and all of those programs that will really help a lot of those kids that don't generally go the general route of going to college. I don't think that that's something that, I mean, we pushed that back in the day that, everybody had to have that 4 years, but the reality is that all my years of college, I would love to be a plumber right now because I've been making some good money. So I think it's a really important piece to that. And that's that for now.
I was going to say, yes, if I had to do it all over again, I'd be an electrician.
Okay.
Councillor Scott? Councillor Harriman?
Just a quick update for the ad hoc shelter committee. We had our kickoff meeting yesterday, and we went over the tasks and goals that we're working on, and I volunteered for receiving comments and questions from council members. So you all will be getting an email from me very soon with any. You can reply with any comments or questions or concerns that you have regarding homeless shelters. We'll be meeting about twice a month through the end of June, so I would love to send your questions and comments back to the committee for at a future meeting.
Councillor LaChapelle?
Yes. May I ask our councillor from Ward 1 a question in regards to the school committee? You said direct it all to the chair.
Right, yeah, I mean, I think we're okay with that for right now. Yeah.
When you talked about the COVID money, how much did the school department get, and where did it go? And where did they spend the money on? Is it, I know a lot of it was due to air handling and some of those structural things. Did they start new programs? Was any of those monies earmarked to something new?
They were
sunsets were.
So that money had to be specific, had just like the city had only specific uses. So a lot of that money that they could use for educational purposes went to some supplies and stuff like that. And we are going to have to get that back into the budget. But we also have, they were pretty strategic about the use of that money, and they've really put a lot of that money towards like mechanical upgrades and HVACs, because there was a lot of that money could be used for air quality in the schools, and that was a lot of where that money went. There was also the PPE. There was also helping for the extra nursing staffs that we had to have involved in the schools when we were pool testing, and a lot of that funding. So I do not have an exact number in front of me, and I don't have an exact list, but I can get it for you.
I'm sure they must have a list.
Yes.
I'd appreciate seeing some kind of a list on that.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further updates from the council?
Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Clement?
The Finance Committee is working. We have a first rough draft of recommendations to the council on the budget. We'll be anxious to hear what the council, if they have a target for a rate, so we can perhaps finalize some of the things. We are thankful that the school committee has come in with their target of 99 cents versus the 283, I think it was. It's better. We want to try and get that $4.08 down. Putting us at 32.35 is, the committee just does not see that happening. We don't think that's a good recommendation or a good advertisement for the city of Lewiston. People don't understand how valuation and taxes work. They just look at that rate and say, oh my God, I'm not going to pay anything like that. I'll go to Woodapetlock or whatever. I think it's very important at this stage of the game. Lewiston, it has been said many times in the last couple of 3 years, is on the cusp of some very big things. People are moving north. The southern part of the state has kind of expended itself in many regards. It's becoming a very expensive place to do business. People are going to be looking at a place not only with great services, which we have here in Lewiston, but with a place that's got an inviting tax rate. And that's what we've got to work on. I know the revaluation will be part of that, and you know, it's a couple of years out, but in the meantime, I think we have to be very circumspect of what we do, and that will be one of the recommendations, I think, coming forth from the Finance Committee, but we are very anxious to hear if the council has a target or a goal in mind for where they'd like to see the city portion of the tax rate end up. We realize that it's not going to be zero or negative numbers, and we can appreciate that fact. The cost of running the city is not slight by any means, but we just hope that we don't have a wish list ideology as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clement. Further discussion or updates? Yeah, and if you don't mind, I'll share with you what I shared with Councillor Scott earlier when we were talking about the school budget. So, yeah, I mean, from my standpoint, I would hope that we can come to something that's reasonable. I certainly don't think that $4 is reasonable, but to your point, I also don't think that zero is reasonable either. I think people understand that costs have certainly risen for themselves and their families and their businesses, and unfortunately the city is no different. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Councillor.
Well, like last year, I think we came in at, was it $1, I believe, that we finally settled on a target rate between city and school?
Yes, and then we ended up
We
reducing it.
ended up reducing it to 41
Correct.
cents because of the increase in state valuation. The corridor brought
It's
in
the corridor.
$111 million
Right.
that we hadn't anticipated. Not sure that's going to happen this year. Never know.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
While we're on this subject, Administrator Hunter, now we're one of the last budget meetings that we had, we're anticipating more state revenue than we had, than we were at first?
That's correct.
Or had budgeted for?
That's correct.
And then perhaps at a future budget meeting, we could then understand what that does to the tax rate, because we're probably not at $4 now, correct?
I would agree with that.
Okay, it would be helpful to, I guess, understand where that is.
That's the plan after we get through the workshops.
Okay, thank you. And, sorry, Councillor Pease.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Do we, the next agenda item would be agenda item number 12?
Yes, item number 12, any other business councilors or staff may have relating to Lewiston City Government.
I had one tiny thing, if I could. I'm sorry. Sorry, Councillor Pease.
Councillor Scott.
I just want to remind everybody that next Saturday, this April 16th, is the citywide cleanup, and I have registered a team for Team Ward 1, and we are going to be cleaning up Sunnyside Park and also Pettingill Park, and I would invite my fellow Councillor McCarthy to join me at the Pettingill Park, and we've got a big team coming, and Con was just sitting in the audience, and he actually messaged me, and he'll be joining our team as well from the planning department. So anybody that wants to join or start their own team, I encourage you to do that because, well, the city needs a little loving. So.
Just email me when and where, and I'll
Okay.
get it. Every Saturday, not
Saturday.
Saturday, yeah.
Saturday.
April,
Sunday.
I think it's in the morning. Administrator Hunter, could you email the entire council about that?
Yep.
Thank you. Further discussion or new business? May I have a motion to adjourn?
You have the motion, you have a second.
Do we have a second?
You do.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5? Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0. Okay, I'll go with those, yep.